Hello? 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 You hear me? You hear me? Hello? 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 I hope everyone's having a good day today. Okay. Hello? 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 How is everyone? Good morning. Good evening. How is everyone? Yeah, 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 yeah. Doing good? That's nice. All right, let me go back to the first chat. So Zoinks is the first, and he's been like doing all the pre-stream chatting. Thank you, thank you. Hi, hi, V2V1. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yes, hello, everyone. It's been so long. Hi, Fizzy. Hi, Shadow. Hello. How is everyone today? I hope y'all been chilling and just doing good overall. Um yeah, before we head into the gaming, I want to talk something a bit serious, I'd say. Yeah. Um uh let's talk about something serious. And then we'll head to the some of the announcements. Not real announcements, but I just want to show you some art that I'm really, really proud of that I just received yesterday. And also a little bit of like stream updates. So yeah. All right. Let me lower down, or honestly, let's just yes. I'm a shush the yes. I'm a shush this. Yes. Okay, okay. There we go. There we go. I muted it. I muted it. So let's talk about something serious. I know I my last stream was the debut, and I haven't streamed since then. That is because I've been dealing with something serious between like my friend groups. So yeah. I won't say the full details in like very detail, I won't as much as possible I don't want to be TMI. Um but let's just say that some boundaries were crossed, and I didn't like it, even though that I set the boundary. Like, this friend kept on pushing my limits over the past, like, what, weeks until the debut. And it just happened that I like my limits were reached like before my debut. And I was like, okay, I must stop this. I gotta stop this shit and make sure to set a harder boundary. So yeah, long story short, a friend mistook my friendliness, my sweet friendliness. If you don't know me, or you're not like my friend in the friend group, I am very sweet, I'd say, and caring as a friend, because I do check a lot of my friends. Like, I do check ins with them, like, oh, how are you? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing safe today. Have you eaten? Have you drank? Um, have you like um got some good sleep, or uh like overall just being sweet with them. Like whenever I see them and I'm like, oh, hello, hello. How are you, husband, wife? Yeah. So, by the way, if you don't know, I'm part of the harem, and with the harem, it's a group of friends that call each other's husbands and wives. It's different from husband and wife. We call each other husbands and wives. Yeah. So I'm part of the harem from Nicolas. And I do call like some of the friends in that group a husband or a wife. Mostly wives. I'm very sweet with my girlies. But there are a few people that I call husbands. Yes. I'm not gonna name drop them. You're just gonna hear me just calling them like that. But recently, one of like a friend outside that circle, I'd say, um, started calling me a wife too, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna call you a husband if you keep calling me wife. So and this friend got the husband treatment from me, where I'm like, oh, cuddles, oh, hugs, oh, headbats, oh, I hope you're doing well, and all stuff. And I keep on checking on them and stuff. But the thing is, this person didn't respect my boundary when I told him, like, oh yeah, I hope I'm not keeping your hopes up. I do have a boyfriend, and I'm doing this for the friendship, for the funsies, you know. And yeah, and he still like kept on like pushing it and being a bit more flirty and sussy. And I'm like, no. So I had to set a boundary. I'm like, my first boundary was like, okay, I just went to him and told him like, yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna set a boundary. I'm not gonna be sweet with you. We're still gonna be friends, but I cannot be friends like husband. I cannot call you husband. You cannot get a husband treatment anymore. No more sweet stuff. I could still check on you as a friend, but no more harem thing. No more husbands. No more cuddles, no more anything. I won't call you a husband anymore. And he said that he acknowledges it and agrees with me. But the next few weeks, he kind of doubled down, like become more flirty and more sussy, like saying a lot of like, sussy stuff. And I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I was just ignoring it or brushing it off. But the last time that he went to like a public VC in my server, and I was just there hanging out with my community, doing the debut stuff because I was like procrastinating with my debut. He just went ahead and triggered my trauma from my past ex. And I'm like, I was I was like shaking. I I was panicking. I had a panic attack, and the people in that VC were very worried about me, trying to calm me down because I was gasping for air. And it wasn't pleasant because I was already pressured from the debut. Plus, he had to add more pressure to it and giving an ultimatum, and it's like a trauma for me. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna set a harder boundary after this debut. I will talk to them. I am clearly not okay with that. It took a lot of courage to do that. And I had to talk to the people around him that I trust about it. And yeah, they supported me. They told me like, yeah, Nazi, you better set that boundary, and we highly suggest that you don't interact with him as much as possible. And if you do not interact with like personal stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. That's what I plan to do. And after that, I just set the boundary. I just messaged him a whole ass long fucking message because he didn't want a VC. And I'm like, okay. I sent him the message, including all of the stuff, setting a harder boundary, telling that I'm not gonna be talking about anything personal with him anymore. I will be like a streamer friend only, talking about only stream stuff, gaming stuff. So nothing anymore. No checking in. He cannot check in on me. He's not gonna hear anything from me. And that is a harder boundary that I set. I told him I cannot like I could forgive him for all of those things that he did me wrong, but I will not change my mind with the boundary that I set. He will not be getting anything personal from me ever. Yes. The thing is like people the community people that were there when it happened, they were like, why not just block him? Why not just, ignore him forever? No, you can't. The thing is like he's part of a big circle that I'm in, and blocking him and or ignoring him or avoiding him in collabs will result to the people around us being very uncomfortable or awkward because of it. And this is like the best solution that I got so far. But of course, if he keeps on pushing my boundaries this time, then the last solution would be blocking and avoiding a collab. Yes, like everything. So again, that's what happened. It's very serious. I am clearly very upset about it for the past days. I've been dealing with it emotionally. My boyfriend has been hearing me rant about it a lot. My friends, Chloe and like my close friends, I've told them about him as well, and they're like, "Fuck, what the fuck? He's fucked up." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know." But yeah, short, like, just to make it short, boundaries. They're very important. I've been trying to learn it. Before it was just like my friends or my boyfriend trying to stand up for me. But this time I'm like leaning forward into doing it myself because it is very important to stand up for yourself. I believe that. And I'm trying to aim to be a better person, and I wanted basically I just want to be more independent. I want to be a proper mature individual because I am fucking 32 years old. Another thing is watch what you're sharing with people. Yes, that's true. Hi Tada, guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. Wait, where's my translator? Wait, hold on. Why is it not huh? Where's my huh? Why is my translator not appearing? What's huh? You guys, hold on. I'm trying to find my where's my translator? What? It's not working? Huh? Okay, there we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, you're Pipino. Oh, I see. I see. Good morning. Oh, I'm surprised you're like, wait, you know German? Crazy. Anyway, otherwise it could be used against you. Yes, that's true. So yeah. Again, people boundaries are very important. I'm very guilty of it. I don't set boundaries before with people. But this time I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to learn. And I hope you guys support me on that. So please, please respect. Basically, respect people. If you respect people properly and their wishes, you won't even get a boundary like set for you. Boundary means there's something wrong. Yeah. You know, as when Clokins is speaking up about it's a good thing we don't mind hearing you talk about. Oh, Gunner, that's so cute. Nice. Play. I hope you I hope you had fun singing earlier. I was about to sleep when I saw you go live and I'm like, bruh, why you gonna sing when I'm gonna sleep? I cannot vibe, bro. But I hope you had fun. I hope you had fun singing. Okay, let me go back to chat. I haven't been reading much. Okay, let me go back. Hi, Munch. That is Munch. Bruh. Zoinks, can we shout out Munch and Glunner, please? Thank you. Okay. So before we do the Freddy, I also have to talk about two more things. So that's it for the serious one. The second, no, actually there's a second serious one which is about my streaming. So if you haven't known yet, and I believe I haven't announced it yet. I am um no shout out necessary. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so just shout out the Glooner. Just shout out the Glooner. So yeah, what you call it?
Follow and support Lunar Nebula VT.
Thank you. Thank you. You use the Zoinks, use the exclamation SO. Yeah, that one's better. But yeah, thank you. Um again. I was previously a night shift worker, but since July came in, um I was driving for a sec. What the hell now? Follow and support. Bro, be safe, be safe. Wait, where are you going? Be safe on your drive. What the fuck? Don't chat and drive, bro. Gooder. Crazy. Anyway, I dropped a message. I think you missed it. Wait, hold on. If you need blood, I can steal some of the blood bank. Just dropping by a well at work, so I unrecommend it. So I dropped a following. Oh, thank you, Tada. Thank you. Be safe at work. Good morning. Good luck at work, by the way. I'm actually at work right now. No, I'm actually working, not at work. I'm actually working right now. I'm on my shift, but since I don't have anything to do, I'm like, yeah. Fuck you, Zaro. Fuck you. But yeah, that is for the very serious stuff. Next is work shift. So yeah, I was talking about me being night shift before, but now I transitioned since July. I transitioned to morning shift, so I am very much having a hard time adjusting my schedule. I don't know when am I gonna be able to stream because like everyone is used to me streaming around like earlier this time. Like probably I usually start like 6 hours or 5 hours before like right now 5 hours or 6 hours before. That's around the time I usually stream, but since I'm gonna be a morning shift, it's kind of difficult to deal with like Yeah, it's kind of difficult to deal with like streaming schedule plus my sleep schedule. I've been trying to fix it, but yeah, it's kind of hard because night shift to morning, crazy, right? So yeah, it's gonna be hard. Yeah. So I might adjust my stream schedule if I'm gonna stay in the morning shift for a long time. It's temporary, as I remember. It's temporary. Um, I'm gonna be I'm gonna be adjusting the stream schedule while I'm in the morning shift. If everyone's okay with it. I also will try to consider everyone's schedule because like most of the people that watch me are from Europe and America. So like everyone it's like evening for everyone in US, and it's morning, early morning mostly, or late like super early morning for Europe. And I do stream like long time, like 5 hours, 6 hours or more. So I'm considering that um setup, but for now I will try to stream more as much as possible on weekdays. I cannot stream on Monday and Thursday because I'm gonna be in office. Um so I'll try to stream as much as possible on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And then of course, weekend. At least one on weekend where we could like start super early. Okay. That's the second serious stuff that I want to talk about. Okay. So let me go back to chat. Munch, I'm missing much. Munch, thank you again for helping me like about that one. I really appreciate it. Lila has reached out to me about it, and I'm really, really thankful she did. Even after you already warned them, yikes. Yes. The boundary I set was the second one this time. And third time's the charm. The third time will be a block. Boundaries exist for a reason. People gotta start it. Yes, that's true. Another thing is, I read that earlier. Get to know the person first before sharing personal things. Trust building is important. Yes, that's true. That's true. God, my throat hurts. Oh my god. Lunar, drink some honey tea with if possible with ginger, because ginger really suits the throat a lot. Is the only time I could. Hi. No shallow only. Hi,
Get
Cosmic.
glued.
I get glued. I'm when I'm getting to this new pound power, no texting while driving. Yes, that's true. I drop a message. I'm in the drive through. Oh, in and out. Lunar, are you getting in and out? Ew, fuck you, Zaro. Fuck you. Fuck you, Kinsey. We love Kinsey. Kinsey, wait, is Uchi even here? I don't see Uchi. I don't see Uchi. That is a 180 for sure. Yes. Where's that scheduling manager? What? I'm just lounging on the drug storeroom. What? Wait, Tada, do you work on Mercury drug? Crazy. Don't get caught. Anytime. Thank you for being a super caring person about the whole thing. Yes. I do worry a lot for the cat. So yeah. We'll have the hammer ready when the line is crossed. Yes. Yes. I will let everyone know about it when I yeah. Oh, thank you for the headbats. I like it. Thank you, Doc. Hi. Hi. Are you still hike diving? Is the Hoys be still hike diving? Oh, somebody's hike diving. Somebody's still hike diving. Or are you gonna end stream now? I mean, you've been live for like what, 10 hours and a half? I'm proud of you, dog. He diving. Are you joining him, Zara? Also, why are you still awake? God damn, the stinky potato. Lunar, I get the Flying Dutchman. What? What? Well, I get back to work. It's nice meeting a fellow Filipino streamer. Yes, of course. No worries. Thank you again for the follow and hanging out for yeah. Yeah, be safe on Mercury Drug. Can I have a discount, please? I have a Suki card. Can I have can I have a discount, Tada? I actually have maintenance meds now. I do take like 4 maintenance meds. So I'm like, yeah, I definitely need like discounts and stuff. I am old. I just resigned. No. No. Oh, so wait, you don't have work anymore? Oh, Dada. What? You're in the hospital? Oh boy, that is like a very hectic job. I big salute to the healthcare workers in the hospitals. I've been like, I've been hospitalized before multiple times, so I know how hectic it is to work in a hospital because I've been seeing like nurses running here and there and getting a lot of stuff. Wait, so yeah, good luck though. Good luck, Dada. I hope your work is chill today. Oh wait, shit! I shouldn't say that. No, I shouldn't say blah blah blah. I shouldn't say that to a healthcare worker. Oh no! Oh no! 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 It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine, Dada. Nothing will happen. I will manifest nothing serious. Nothing hard will happen today for you. I good luck. Good luck, and you got this. Don't forget to hydrate, please. Don't forget to hydrate. And it's about lunchtime, so please do get some food. Toxic! No! No! I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to say the word. I know like it's forbidden to say the S word. I believe it's forbidden to say silent and chill and like easy and in like in a healthcare work environment because it tends to get jinxed and like a lot of like work comes rushing in. I'm sorry. Fuck you, Fizzy. Hi, Fizzy. Why'd you click me? Also, hi, Fizz. How are you today? Are you working? Are you working today, Fizz? Don't brawl with the hobo again. Don't brawl with the stoner. Oh my god, that is crazy, Zoix. That is a fucking long one. So what is you're saying is I can walk into emergency room and use the curse speech? No, please, no! Don't say that to a healthcare professional. It's like a taboo at this point. Like if you say like this is just an example, okay? I hope Tada is not listening. I hope I hope it's like whenever you head like into or you talk into to a nurse or a doctor and you say like the hospital is like silent today, so it's fine. Oh my god, so suddenly like rushing, like people in ER rushing, like you're gonna be like, oh, I need this, I need that, I need blah 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 blah, and oh my god, crazy shit, bro. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing. At this point, it's taboo to say that to a medical professional. I'm assigned at the toxicology unit, so it's fine. Oh, I see. Oh, so you're doing the lab stuff. If I remember, like toxicology does like the cultures, the taking of blood samples, and like processing them and putting them into a paper, the numbers. Yeah. It's so chill today. Oh my god, Fizz, don't please. No, no. Anyway, wait, let me put some background music now. We're just chilling now. Where's my BGM? Where's my BGM? I'm a BGM unmute. Okay, there we go. 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 We're just chilling now. It's a chill sound. Yes. You can't stop me. How dare you? What? No. No. Oh no, there's a new quest. Oh boy. So yeah, the one that appeared on top of my head, it's a quest. So if you donate like $20, I will be bald for 30 minutes. Crazy, right? And it has a timer on it, so you will have to donate stuff like that. So yeah, but you don't have to. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just not, it's not mandatory. Only those that want to, please. So yeah. No, we're attached to the ED mainly for drug overdose and accidental deliberate poisoning case. Wait, there's a thing like that? There's a deliberate oh, what? What's the like Tada, what's the what you call it? What's the worst case you've ever encountered in like your work? Like, have you ever encountered like someone overdosing on like such a very scary drug? Or like someone drank bleach and just got a ER'd and yeah. You redeemed bald? Earlier you did. My model went bald earlier, but I wasn't even live when you did it. Or wait, I was live, but I'm in the starting soon, so you didn't see it happen, bruh. Scammed. I'm walking to every hospital on this island. No, Fizzy, don't please. That is very evil. You curse them, yeah. Bruh. Get deck zoinks. Crazy. I'm using my spoon. What? Crazy. Oh shit, I forgot I'm eating food. Hold on, I'm eating food. I should be finishing my food. I'm eating food. I forgot I'm eating food. I should be eating. You're gonna hear me munching. Also, oh yeah, I have to share one last thing. It's not serious, but it's cute. Hold on. Okay, I want to show y'all an art that I recently received. Yes. You want to see it? You want to see it? It's this one. I like it. It's so beautiful. I tell you. I tell you it's beautiful. I love it a lot. I love it. Ready, ready, ready. It's this one. I, I'm giggling. So basically, it's me and my boyfriend kissing. If you don't know, that's my boyfriend's VTuber model. I commissioned it and it happened. Oh my god. I'm giggling still. I put it as my phone wallpaper and now I'm very happy. Uh, so cute. Anyway, that's the thing I wanted to share. Okay, let's talk about the dono-thon this time. Let's talk about the dono-thon stuff. Super cute. Thank you. Thank you much. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. My boyfriend is very, very cute. Yes. Why is it okay? Okay, let me just wait. There we go. I'm wait, where is the thing? Oh my god, it's raining hard. I hope you're not hearing it. It's so fucking hard. Like bruh. It's raining so hard. There's a typhoon here in the Philippines, by the way. Be safe, Filipinos. Please stay dry. Stay comfy. I hope my stream doesn't die. I hope my internet doesn't die. I hope my electricity doesn't die. I just want to stream, man. Anyway, let's talk about the Dono-san stuff. We have already surpassed Anime Smasher Pass, MS Paint Drawing, PC Gaming Setup Review. I play a Metroidvania game. The redeem noises. Oh shit! I have to do that. Oh shit! Oh shit! I have to put that. Hold on. You know what? Let's do that right now. Um, let's do a new channel redeem named Noises. Natty Noises Redeem. Wait, I cannot add anymore? Did I maximize again? No way. Oh, no, no, no. It's here. It's here. Okay. Let's put it at 500 points. Nachi noises. Nachi does a noise. Can be woo. Can be woo. Can be any of the following. Woo woo. Oh, what did I promise Anya? A brain rot noise. Brain rot or yeah, this one and okay. And then I have to require the viewer to enter text. And then let's put it at blue, like light blue. A schnibble color, yes. Let's put a cooldown, I guess. No, 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 no. Okay, let's not put any cooldown. Okay, I put the okay, it's there. There we go. I'm also enabling the hairstyle thing. So far there's only long, short, and twin tails. All right. I'm also enabling the ears one. I only have cat and bunny for now. Yeah. What else? I don't have chibi anymore. This model doesn't have a chibi. So we're good. Okay, we're done with the putting the redeems on. You should be able to yes, you should be able to do the Uwunya Brain Rot Nachi Noises redeem now. It's 500 points. Yeah. Say the forbidden numbers, I dare you. I got you. I got you, Zoinks. I got you. Hold on. Let me put on something for that as well. Hold on. Let me just Here you go. Here you go, Zoinks. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready, Zoinks? Are you ready, Zoinks? 6, 7. Ow! Why are you bonking me? You redeemed it. You redeemed it, and you dared me to say the forbidden numbers. I'm like, huh? Crazy. Also, hi BTV1. Hello, hello. I have peak. Yes, I do have the peak game. Yes. Hi, Cuckoo. Good evening. How is Cuckoo today? Good thing you're in the mountains. Yes, I will never get flooded in the mountains, but I'm scared of like landslide. But I'm still on the top. Yeah. No, Kirby. No, Kirby. Stop. No, no, no. No, stop eating me. Yes. Yeah. Okay, I catched up a chat. Okay, let's go back to the redeem. Not the redeems. Let's go back to the Donathon stuff. Okay, I already did the redeem. It's available now. We're gonna have a story time stream because it's also been achieved. The next would be old models redeem. So if you remember, I have two old models. One is my pre-debut model, and one is the previous model before this. So if this is achieved, there's gonna be an old models redeem where you can summon the old models, and I will be using them for quite some time, or until like someone redeems back Lismeta. Yes. I'm thinking having a timer on it instead. Like having like probably an hour of it that I will be using it. Cause yeah. I love this model a lot. So I wanted to transition back here after quite some time. Yeah. So again, I by the way, I improved the incentives. If you don't know yet, I improved the incentives part of the donathon. You will see the details on the about page of my Twitch panels. So if you go to the Twitch panels, you will be able to see the updated uh amount of it, because like in this picture it's limited. I have limited space, so I kind of like elaborated it in the Twitch panel, so you will see more of it there. So just to be okay, let me just show it to you real quick, I guess. uh huh Here, and then there you go. Okay. I hit that. Thank you. Thank you, Cuckoo. Okay. It should be there. Is it showing? No. Uh oh, okay, it's there, it's there. So it's there. The donation perks is there. So if you see my yes. So it's in the donation part. So if you see that donation part, you will see on the below it, you will see the donation perks, which is like, yeah, I kind of like elaborated it here. So it's still the same with like the where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where's the image? So yeah, it's the same here. So 1 point you get like, the nya o brea noises, or you get the kiss or good boy, good girl. And for $10, which is 2 points, you get spin the wheel or one song. It's the same. For 5 points, which is $25, you get your name on my model for free streams, and or you can tweet for me. Yes, you can decide what I tweet. Basically, yeah. um, and then for 20 points, which is $50, it's gonna be a personal alarm. Wait, is it $20? Shit, no, 10 points, 10 points. Personal alarm, greetings, your personal greetings from me. I will be recording it and sending it to you. Or you can make me bald for 4 hours. It's not 3 hours anymore. It's 4 hours. Yes, it's 4 hours. Imagine 4 hours. Crazy, right? Right? So next would be $100, which is 20 points. That would be getting you could either get a short say for work ASMR or be VIP for the rest of the year. So yeah, you can redeem it. Yes, yes. And then we have, here is where I expanded it. Okay, here is where I expanded it. Because in the incentives picture, it's not elaborate. Like it jumped to 4,000 points, which is like um I believe $20,000. So I will not I have elaborated a little bit more. So for $200 you get I a VIP. Yeah. Oh, by the way, the 20 points is VIP for 1 month only. I forgot. I forgot. Yeah, $200 will be now VIP for the rest of the year, or you get 1 month. Oh, not 1 month. 1 week of mommy experience from me. I will be checking in on you, calling you a good boy, always praising you for doing a good job. Yeah, basically, for 1 week, you're gonna have that very special treatment from me. We could be in a call. Yeah, so you're gonna hear me do all those mommy lines that you need to hear. Or if you don't like being called a good boy, or I could call you daddy. And anything that you want to like me call you, basically. For $500, you have more. You get more. Yeah. I can have not to wake me up every morning. Why not? If that's what you prefer for your mommy experience, yes, of course. For $500, you get 2 months of my mommy experience treatment. Yeah. For $1,000, it's permanent VIP. I could add another option to that. I'm still out of ideas. So you can. So donations is tied with the donathon? Yes. Yes. It is tied to the donathon. Um and after the donathon, I will be keeping this donation perks, by the way. So after the donathon, when it's all done, I will adjust a little bit of the perks here and there to make it a bit more affordable. Yeah. Get out of my PC, Nachi. I'm playing Minecraft. Basically, just like, you know what? I'm gonna be like, Cuckoo, did you eat already? Stop playing games. You've been gaming the whole day. I'm gonna be the nagger mom. I will be like, oh, you have a headache? That's because you keep on using your phone, or you keep on using your PC. Stop using them. Go sleep. You want the Asian mom? Yeah, of course. You're gonna get Asian mom. Oh, your grades are low? Oh my god, you better start studying right now. Just kidding. All right. Next would be for $10,000. I know this is just funsies at this point. Okay, anything more than anything after the $1,000 is just funsies. It's for the funsies. I mean, if there's an oiler, I mean, of course, money. I need money. But if like this is just for funsies, like who the fuck will donate $10,000? Only Mr. Beast can do that. So for $10,000 you get feet pics. I will take a picture of my feet and I will send it to you personally. Like I will just send it to you in DMs. For $20,000 is an NSFW ASMR, or I send you the secret juice. The secret juice in a jar. And for $50,000, holy shit, this is like a big fortune already. I will do a face reveal with cosplay stream. Because why not? I don't, bro. I'm gonna be very out of debt at like $50,000, bro. I'm gonna be living the life. Like out of debt for real. Like no more house loan, no more credit card stuff, anything. So you'll get the face reveal from me, because why not? And I'll cosplay for you as well, because why not, right? It's only $50,000, it's only 50,000. But yeah, anything like 10,000 and up is like for the funsies. To be honest, the $1,000 is like super, super expensive already. I have to find another good perks for the $1,000. If you have suggestions, I'm all about it. I'm willing to hear your concerns or your suggestions. I'm okay with that. Yeah. Again, for the top contributors, for the Dono-san, um third place gets an art with me and a VIP. By the way, Snowball is like the first place right now, and I think he will still be in top in first place. um then he will get the art. Anyway, top three, all those. Top one, two, and three gets art for me with me created. Yeah. And then the second tire, you get all the previous tire rewards. Plus, I send you a merch. I showed you the merch last time. I have a keychain. I have a standee. I have stickers. Yes. And but the no, wait. You get stickers, photo card, and keychain only. The standee is for me only, and well, honestly, I could do the standee too. Cause why not? I give you the painting that I will be doing on the Donathon as well, and you get a private game with me. Like it's just us two. Like we could play any game, any co-op game you want. We can play. I'll give time for you. For the first place, we get all tire rewards. Plus, I send additional snacks. My favorite snacks here in the Philippines. Plus, you get a 1 month of a mommy experience. Yes. Yes. So those are the perks. Those are the perks. Um, yeah, that's it. That's it. Let me just close all this shit. I believe I've been yapping for quite some time already. So let me know your thoughts. Do you have anything that you want to talk about and stuff? I'm still eating. I forgot. I'm eating. Anyway, it pays the debt and bills, right? Yes, it pays the debt and bills like big Jews is justified. And VIP someone. Why? Well, who do you wanna un VIP Zoinks, huh? Who are you beefing with, huh? Crazy. So yeah, by the way, my Dono-san is ongoing, so you can do this exclamation point dono to check the details. So my birthday wish is to be out of debt this year, and I'm not I'm not forcing anyone to donate. Please donate at your own um leisure, and at least please make sure you're taking care of yourself first. Prioritize yourself before you donate. Yes. All right. No one, just a suggestion. Oh, and VIP someone on 1000? Damn. Well, we could put that, yeah. Hi, Senpai. Hi. Good evening. Good morning. How are you today? We're chilling right now. We're chilling. We're chilling. How are you today, Senpai? Hold on. I keep on forgetting I'm eating. I gotta finish eating, okay? After I eat, we will be playing Five Nights at Freddy's, okay? You'll hear me scream a lot. I don't know. It's my first time playing the game and I fucking hate Freddy, by the way.
Conclude.
I'm doing alright. Got home after a fun long day. Now just big chilling. Oh, that's nice. I'm glad. Did you hydrate before stream? Yes. Woo, Freddy. Yeah, I hate Freddy. Double meaning. Why hate? It's the double meaning. So basically, I labeled my ex as Freddy. I call him Freddy. Because he jump scares me. So he jump scares me a lot when we were still together, and like keeps on making me cry and stuff. So yeah, I called him Freddy with like when I'm talking to about him with my other friends. Went to an otaku store, a TCG store, and played some games of Magic with some friends, and got a Japanese style crap from the shop next door. Damn, you're getting all the Japanese experience. That's so. Oh, I want to go to an otaku store too. Want to buy some figs and merch and a daki and a. Nice, you play command. Ooh, cuckoo! You like Magic too, huh? Magic the Gathering, was it? Oh, there's gonna be an ad. Let's not snooze it. I will wait for you all, okay? Do not snooze. I wait for everyone. I'm just munching anyway. Like, munch! Mm, 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 mm. I'm munching food. Like, munch. No, please, no. Don't do that on mid gameplay. I will cry. Well, I mean, I cannot control you guys. If you want to jump scare me, go ahead. Hmm. Would very Zara probably gonna do it. Zara's probably asleep now. Guaranteed someone's going to, yeah. It was cool. The three stores were owned by the same people. They had a little bingo card you could fill out by doing little activities around there. And get either two free crepes from the cafe and anime figure from the otaku store that they had about 10 different kinds set out to pick up from. And $25 store credit from the TCG store. Whoa! Damn! That's a good business. Like connecting everything in one perk. Crazy. Like, oh, you had fun, right? Oh, you can get some items from my other stores. Crazy good business. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm done. Now I drink water and my medis because I gotta drink medis. That's why I'm eating. Ad break's done. Welcome back. Mm. Didn't share a single bite. I'm sorry. Didn't know you want one. Ah, wait. Where's my cuff? Medi. Okay, I already drank cuff Medi. Ah, it sucks that I still have cough. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like it. Okay, I am back, presents and all. I'm here. Oh, my burp. That was fucking loud. I'm sorry, you guys. Okay. I also have some Japanese stores near me, but they don't have much options, but better than nothing. Yeah, I agree. Better than nothing. Mine, I don't have much Japanese stores nearby me. That's why. Ah! One of my tasks I did was like take a selfie in the cafe, one for sharing it on social media, one for buying a booster pack, buying some ramen and eating it in their little lounging area in the taco store. Oh, that's so fun! That is so fun! Oh my god! That sounds so fun. Very interactive stores I've heard as fun. Oh yeah, anything is better than none, but I definitely feel you. It's been 4 godforsaken weeks. I should not take this long. What? They built a little arcade onto the otaku store. Arcade! Oh my god, I miss going to the arcade. Ah, I grew up with an arcade too. Oh man, been so long. I don't know if there's still arcade stores in like in like the malls. I guess I might check if Time Zone is still alive. I have a card of it before. I will have to find my Time Zone card. All right. My first ever arcade game was a motorcycle racing game. Oh yeah, that's fun. That's fun. Where you could lean really. Ah. Also, hi Fakery. Hello, hello. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome to the stream. We're just finishing yapping and we're about to head into playing Five Nights at Freddy's. It's my first time playing it. I've never played it before. I know the lore, I know the stuff, but I'm not really into horror games, so you're gonna hear me scream a lot, probably. Or whine a lot. Me too. We just got a store in the last like 3 years. It started with just otakus and then ow! Ow much. Why? Why? uh, and then we just otakus and then they expand. I see. That's a good business, not gonna lie. And retro arcades are actually building up. You know the lore. Yeah, I know the lore kind of because I've been watching like big streamers play it. Like, Jacksepticeye, Markiplier. Especially Markiplier, oh my god. And like some of my friends have been yapping about it as well before. So yeah. Just making sure it works. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Really? Really, huh? Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. Bruh, I love Gerard because Gerard really sounds like Markiplier. The VTuber Markiplier. And he's in Hollow Stars. I hated FNAF when I was young, actual terrified. Like right now, I fucking hate FNAF still, but I'm gonna play it because it's part of my it's part of my goals. All right, actually, it was part of my goals from the previous Donoton, and I'm only gonna do it now. Anyway, let's head into the game. Where's the game? Where's the game? Five Nights. Boy, apple boy, apple boy, library, Five Nights at Freddy's, play. All right, let's head into the gaming scene. And oh my god, I forgot it. It always starts with like, ow, stop. Wait, how do I? There's no settings. Is there an option to like? Oh, I closed it. Is there an option to load it like in a window mode? How do I load it in a I want to load it in window mode. Aw, I want to load it in window mode. Why? Uh, also, what the fuck? Oh, okay. This, and then I had here. Uh, wait. I'm setting up stuff. I'm trying to alt enter in game. Okay, okay, let me try that. Okay, what is alt enter? Ow, my ears! Ow, me. Oh, oh, it works, it works! Oh my god. How do I lower the volume? Holy shit, it's killing my ears. Owie! How do I, huh? Bro, bro, bro. No. What? I closed it? No, I didn't mean to close it. What? What? So Alt Enter works. I just now have to figure out. Oh my god, everything goes windowed. It's fucking annoying. Lizard. Yeah, it's the lizard. Lizard, lizard, lizard. Yeah. Oh, shit. Okay, there we go. Lizard. Glizzard. Glizzard. Open volume mixer? Oh, okay. Wait, I gotta load the game again. It hates me. The game hates me. Owie. I just... Bruh. I'll just lower down this shit to like probably 40. It's still loud. It's still loud at 40. Let's put it up at 25. Okay, that one is acceptable. I just have to not select I just have to not hit escape button or else the game will close. Okay. All right. This and then this. Hold on, I'm I'm getting up now. Aboba. Okay, gaming, game capture. Oh no 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 no. Game capture 5 minutes advance. Let me know if you see it. Hopefully it's there. You see it? You see it? Do you see it? Do you see it? Yeah! Okay. Okay. FNAF is real? Yes. Zoinks, can we set game, please? To 5 nights. Thank you. Okay, it's my first time playing 5 nights at Freddy's. Wait, let me shush the fucking... Yes. Mute. There we go. We can't have a lo-fi chill thing when... when we're doing a horror game. You know? Alright. Are we ready? Are we ready? Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die, I swear. Wait, it's still loud as fuck. Hold on. I gotta put it 15, I guess, so it's not too loud for everyone. Is that good enough? No. Yeah, I guess so. Because the jump scare is gonna be fucking loud, I think. Yeah. Wait. I think 15 is too low. Let's put it at 18. Yeah, 18. Okay, 18. 18 volume for everyone. Yes. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, this is my first time gaming it. I don't know the control, so I will have to figure it out first. Spoilers. Honestly, is there even spoilers in this game? I kind of know the lore already. I know Chica, I know Bonnie, I know Foxy, I know Freddy. So yeah, I don't mind. Honestly, I don't mind. I need back seating in like the controls because I have no idea. And phone calls. Honestly, I hate the phone calls. They're just a nuisance. Yeah. All right. Uh, new game. All right. Freddy's Fast Food Pizza. Pizzeria looking for security guard the word midnight. So we gotta last until 6 a.m. Okay, only 6 hours. 6 hours. 6 hours, 6, 7. Oh my god. Okay, so oh, it hovers. Okay. How do I answer the fucking phone again? Do I just click it? Uh oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. I have to hover to open this. Okay.
I wanted to record a message for you to help you get settled in on your first night. I
How do
actually
I
worked
shush
it out.
you? Okay, mute call. There's one mute call on the thing. You only use mouse and you hover to the bottom to pull up cams. It automatic and you can click on cams. Can't wait to Foxy to get you. Crazy. Don't do that. This is Foxy, right? So Cam 1C is Foxy. Okay. Uh, okay. Light. Oh no, how do I stop it? Oh, I have to click it again. Okay. Okay, got it, got it. I believe I just clicked the door, but I want to save kitchen. Wait, I don't see Freddy. Where's Freddy? Huh? Right now everyone is on cam 1A. Oh yeah, everyone is 1A, 1C. Okay. Okay, so they're still there. Okay. Okay, I just gotta chill then. Why is my power being used? What the fuck? Okay. Oh, whenever I use the tablet. The lights? Oh. Oh. Okay, okay. Got it, got it. 1A, 1C. Okay, they're still there. I don't have the hiding thing in this mode, right? In the first Freddy game. My god. What? Oh no. Oh no. What the fuck? What? But they're there. Huh? What the fuck was that? You just got doors, yeah. One. They're still there. Huh? Huh? Oh, it's hallucinations only. Okay, okay. Got it, got it, got it. Okay, we're kind of safe. It's 2 a.m. It's still early, I guess. I just have to keep on checking on them. This is not the game where you have to like there's like a music box. It's not right that like that, right? Little salt added for the horror. Ow! Zara, fuck you! Fuck you, Zara. Fuck you. They're still there. Wow. Wow, they're behaving. Music box and mask is FNAF 2. Yeah! Fuck you, Zara. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm trying to game here. Oh, they're still there. They're being behaving. Aw. They're being good boys. Oh, they're so nice. Oh shit! Oh shit! What is that? Huh? What? Where did he go? Oh no. Oh no, where is he? Where did you go? I don't see you. Where did he go? He's not there. Bonnie, where did Bonnie go? I don't see Bonnie. Oh no, this is Freddy, right? Shit, it's Freddy. Freddy, fuck you. Freddy, fuck you. So Freddy's there. Okay, he's still there. That's Bonnie? Okay. Give it 3 m. No, please. Don't jinx it. Okay, he's still there. I gotta conserve my power. I'm only 50% left. Come on. Okay, we're still there. Come on. How long is this? Pro tip, don't die. Yeah, very good tip, Fizz. Very good tip right there, honestly. Yeah. Freddy moves vertically from 1A to 1B to 4A to 4B. Oh, is it always like that? So it's still okay. And Cam 7 too? What is Cam 7? Oh, okay. This one. Okay. Got it. Oh shit, Chica! Oh, Chica! Chica! Don't move! Stop moving! Where would you be without my guidance for real? I know, right, Fizzy? I'm very thankful. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh shit! Oh shit, Foxy! No! Where did Bonnie go? Shit. Where did Bonnie go? What? Where did Bonnie go? I don't see Bonnie. Oh my god, Foxy is coming. Oh, Bonnie's there. Chica is there. Okay. Foxy, stay, Foxy. It's only 2 hours. Only 2 hours. Oh shit, where did Chica go? Chica? Oh shit, Chica is at Scam 7. Okay. No, not Foxy. I hate Foxy. Foxy is very loud. Oh shit. What is that noise? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh no. No. Please, no. Okay, Chica's still there. Freddy's still there. Foxy's here. Oh my god. Bunny, fuck you. Please, no. No. Bunny, go away. No. Oh shit. Oh, Chica's still there. Okay. Freddy's still there. Foxy's still there. Oh shit. Okay. Said bye, no. That's me. Okay. Bonnie's still not moving. It's not like it's not like FNAF 2, right? Where they just start running. I will have to check on them before I could shut the door, right? I still have 1 hour. 1 more hour. Oh shit. Okay. Bonnie. Freddy's still there. Okay. Yay! My first night is good. Yay! My first night is done. Listen to phone guy? Okay. Okay. Okay, I will listen to phone guy this night. Okay, okay. I don't hear phone guy. What the fuck? Okay, there you go. I like how Zex is the only one that is actually helping. Yeah, I know.
Well, if you're hearing this and you made it to day 2, congrats. I won't talk quite as long this time since Freddy and his friends tend to become more active as the week progresses.
Oh no, Foxy is already going out? The fuck?
Interestingly enough, Freddy himself doesn't come off stage very often. I've heard he becomes a lot more active in the dark, though, so hey, I guess that's one more reason not to run out of power, right? I also want to emphasize the importance of using your door lights. There are blind spots in your camera views, and those blind spots happen to be right outside your doors. So if you can't find something or someone on your cameras, be sure to check
Oh
the
shit,
door lights.
Bonnie's out already.
You might only have a few seconds
Are
to
you
react.
shitting me?
Not that you would be in any danger, of course. I'm not implying that. Also, check on the curtain in Pirate Cove from time to time. The character in there seems unique in that he becomes more active if the cameras remain off for long periods of time. I guess he doesn't like being watched. I don't know. Anyway,
Got it.
I'm sure you have everything under control. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Bonnie's out here already for my ass. God damn it. Hi, Zex. I'm good, I'm good. How are you today?
Paying tributes, huh?
Aba!
I will gladly accept it.
Aw, thank you, Zex, for the gift. I appreciate that. Oh shit! No! Foxy! Stop! I have to watch Foxy. Foxy, stay there. Be a good boy. Be a good boy, Foxy. Be a good boy. No. Not Foxy. I hate Foxy. Oh shit, where did Bonnie go? Don't tell me. Bonnie! Immediately? Crazy. Go away. Go away. He's there? Foxy and Freddy's there. Okay. Okay. He's still there. Okay, they're still there. Okay, it's still it's just 1 a.m. and Foxy's out of the curtain already. Crazy shit, man. Crazy shit, I tell ya. Okay, okay, okay. Bonnie's still out there. Okay. Okay, okay. 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 Foxy, stay there. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! What? Do I close it now? Do I close it now? But, huh? It's in the corner. Huh? Foxy. Okay. Foxy's there still. Oh shit, where's Bonnie? Ah! Get away! I can close the door! No! I can't!
Get glued.
Bro! Let me close the door! Why? What? It's not letting me. Are you shitting me? How? I can't even open the lights. Pull up the cam. Okay. Oh, Bonnie's gone. Oh, Bonnie's gone. What? Oh no, chica. Oh shit. Oh shit. with Bonnie. Bonnie's so fucking active. Bonnie's got like a chili on his ass. I hate Bonnie. Oh my god. Ah. Okay. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Dead already? What to expect?
Drink up, bitch.
No! Oh. Thank you, Munch. Here you go. I drink. Ah, my god. Don't expect too much with me at games. I'm really a noob. You got this, gamer? Hello, hi, Hidden Fridge. Hello, welcome. Did you just get jump scared from your hydrate? Yeah, I got jump scared from the hydrate.
Hi, Becky.
Oh my god, hello. How are you today, Hidden Fridge? Can I just call you Fridge? Are you a fridge? Because you're cool. Just kidding. Okay. We gotta lock in. Day 2. Night 2. Okay, we'll continue night 2. My goal is to finish the game. At least 5 nights. Alright. I hope Foxy's not okay. Foxy's not peeking out, so it's okay. I just have to keep on checking them multiple times. How do I close it? Like, if I put the lights out, I just have... What? Do I just close the door when Bonnie is in Cam 2B? Oh my god, Chica! Chica! Why are you being a brat this time? You have to be fast? I'm not fast. Oh my god, where did Chica go? Are you shitting me, Chica? No way! Chica is on the move. God damn. It can drain power. I know, but I'm scared. Okay. Like, once they disappear from the corner cam, check door. Okay. Check door or use door? Okay, Chica's still there. Check and use if they there. Yeah, earlier I used the lights, but it doesn't let me close the door. And I'm like, what? Okay, Chica's still there. Okay, they're still there. You were not fast enough? Oh, man. I hate being a fossil at this time. If you take too long, the doors jam. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, no. Bonnie! Where the fuck is Bonnie? Oh, shit. No way! I'm cornered with 2 of them in there. Oh, my God. Please. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. No. Bonnie, did you run so fast? What the fuck? Okay. Freddy's still there. Bonnie's gonna get me again, I guess. Either Bonnie or Chica will get my ass this time. Okay, they're still there. They're not moving. It's just 1 a.m. It's just fucking 1 a.m., bro. It's just 1 a.m. Okay, they're still there. Yeah, Foxy's sleeping. I'm glad that he is sleeping. I'm gonna cry. Oh shit. Okay. They're still there. Oh my god. Okay. Uh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Where did? Okay, okay. Bonnie's there. Bonnie's there. Okay, Bonnie's still there. Okay, we're good. 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 Okay. Chica is still there. Uh. Bruh. I'm gonna cry if Bonnie gets me again. Oh, I gotta check Foxy, or else he will go out. Hmm. Hello? Hello? You got. Hello? 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 I my electricity died. My electricity died. Hold on, guys. I lost power for like 3 seconds. Oh my god, I'm sorry, you guys. Hold on. Let me just. Where is chat? I don't see chat. What the fuck? Where is everything? I don't see chat. What? Where is chat? Huh? Where's the other stuff? Wait, what? Huh? Hello? Hello? Am I back again? Oh no. Oh no. Am I back again? Oh man. Man. No. Oh my god. I hope. Oh my god. The Typhon of 87, indeed. Oh my god. This is crazy shit, man. This is crazy shit. Hold on. I'm setting up stuff. Let me give me some time. Okay, give me some time. I don't hear shit. What the fuck? Where's Nvidia? Okay, Nvidia is loading. There should be this one. Alright. This and then this. You should be hearing what now? Emote sounds. All right. All right. This and then this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hello, I'm back. I'm back. I am back, you guys. I died. I died. My power went out for 3 seconds and then it took quite some time, but I'm glad I'm back. All right. Oh man. Oh my god. Okay, is this working now? Okay, it's working. Okay, okay. This and then okay. Is mix it up working? Mix it up. Hello, mix it up. Okay, does it work? Okay, it works. Mix it up works. Twitch emote. What about it?
A piece, please.
Yep. Okay, it works. It works. Now I just have to load the game. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back to gaming. we gotta lock in, you know, we gotta lock in. Wi-Fi must have been a dud. Yeah, the Wi-Fi kind of fucked me up a little bit too. That's why I died the second time. But we're good. We're good. We're back now. Hopefully. Hopefully. Wait, I gotta go back on Discord. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, Doc is done streaming. Oh, he rated Bats. Okay. Bats is alive. Nice. Okay, okay. The bat is alive, which is good. Okay, okay. That's good. That's good. This and then this. Okay, okay. What else am I missing? Almost saw Bunny pull the bite of 87 on you. The bite of 87. All right, let's try and load up the game again. I hope the save is there. I hope night 2 is still there. Okay. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let me shush the BGM. Nah! Oh fuck. Alt enter. Okay. Gotta alt enter. Okay. And then I have to lower down FNAF again. Why is it widescreen? What the fuck? What the fuck happened? Ah, I have to reload it. Fuck. Okay, fine. Okay, I shush that and I put here. It's not working again. The translator is shit. Okay, there we go. There we go. It works. Oh no, I'm getting EP. Oh, it's okay. If you need to go sleep, Soings, please do so. It's okay. You should be able to continue from night 2. Okay, okay. I'll try. I will try my best. Okay. Where is it? 5 nights. Okay, let's play. It's holy fucking loud. Okay. Okay. Okay, that one. And then I have to lower down the volume again. Okay, there we go. We'll have to put the game again, I guess. Game capture 5 nights. Is it there? Is it there? Is it there? Yeah, it's there. It's there. It's there. Let's go. Let's go. I want to see live Freddy Fazbear in back. Yeah, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready for night 2? Let's go. Okay, Bonnie and Chica will fucking kill me again. Okay. So, Cam 1 and Cam C. Okay. A and C. Okay. Okay, okay. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good.
Hello? Hello? Well, if you're hearing this and you made it to day 2, congrats. I won't talk quite as long this time since Freddy and his friends tend to become more active as the week progresses. It might be a good idea to peek at those cameras while I talk.
No way, Foxy!
Interestingly enough, Freddy himself doesn't come off stage very often.
Oh no, Bonnie!
He becomes a lot more active
What the fuck?
though, so, hey,
Immediately!
that's one more reason not to run out of power, right?
Bonnie!
I also want to emphasize the importance of using your door lights. There are blind spots in your camera view, and those blind spots happen to be right outside your doors. So if you can't find something or someone on your cameras, be sure to check the door light. You might only have a few seconds to react. Not that you would be in any danger, of course. I'm not implying that. Also, check on the curtain in Pirate Cove from time to time. The character in there seems unique in that he becomes more active if the cameras remain off for long periods of time. I guess he doesn't like being watched.
Yeah, a few seconds to react.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm sure you have everything under control.
Got it.
Talk to you soon.
Okay. They're behaving now. They're kind of behaving now. It's just 1 a.m., Bonnie. It's just fucking 1 a.m. Oh shit. Oh, are you shitting me, Bonnie? Are you shitting me? Bonnie. Chill. Bonnie. Oh no, Chica! Where did Chica go? Chica? Okay, Chica is in the thing. Okay. Oh shit. Where did he go? Oh, okay. So after he goes from Cam 3, that's when he goes like sneaking into my room, right? Yeah, after Cam 3, I guess. Oh shit. Oh, okay. He went back there. Okay. Got it. Chica is still there. Okay. We're good. Okay. We're doing kinda okay. We're doing kinda okay. Please. Okay. Oh no, Chica. Where's Chica? Oh shit, where's Chica? Where does Chica go? Oh, Chica is in the kitchen. Oh my god, Chica. Chica is rummaging in the kitchen. I see. Oh shit. What? Oh, Bonnie's there. Okay. Oh, Bonnie's still in the kitchen. Oh, ho. Chica, behave. Okay, Chica is still there and rummaging. Okay. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Okay. Okay, Bonnie's back there. Oh. Where did Chica go? Oh, Chica's still rummaging in the kitchen. I can hear the... Where did Chica go? Oh, he's still rummaging there. Okay, okay. Got it, got it, got it, got it. I just have to be wary about Bonnie and... Yeah, I have to watch Freddy and Foxy from time to time. 3 more hours! 3 more hours! Come on! Oh, Chica! Fuck you! Chica, go away. Can you go away, please? Please, please, please. Oh shit, what happened? Oh no, oh no, oh no. What? What happened to my camera? No! No! Not again! Not again! No! No! Why? Why? Fuck you, Bonnie! Will I even get past night 2? Crazy. Let's do it again. Hold on, my laptop died. I gotta... Okay, okay, I'm back. I had to log back and it'll work. But yeah, oh my god. Okay, night 2 again. 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 We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll do this. Oh my god. Okay, we're chill. For now. I'm gonna mute the thing this time, I guess. Damn, how long? Where's the call, man? The call is not even starting. Oh, Bonnie! Bonnie! Chill! Bonnie! Oh, Chica! Why? Why? Where did Chica go? Where is Chica? I don't see Chica. Are they both in there? Or is she in the kitchen again? Oh. Oh, okay. Chica is in the kitchen, I guess. Bonnie is now there. Okay. Chica is now there. Okay, okay. I'm closing that shit, bro. I'm not risking it this time. So, yeah. It's just 1 a.m. It's just 1 a.m. Bonnie, chill the fuck out. Oh my god. Where did Bonnie go? Is Bonnie still there? Okay, okay. Bonnie's not there anymore. Where did Bonnie? Oh, that's Bonnie? Chica? Okay, okay, okay. We're good, we're good, we're good. It's just the way I am, Bonnie. It's just the way I am. Chica's still there. Foxy's not out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where did Bonnie go? Uh-oh. 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 Bunny? 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 Where did Bonnie go? What? Oh, there's Bunny. Okay. I can't see it much. I hate the flickering filter. I'm not used to it. Having a hard time. Oh, Bonnie, are you shitting me? Fuck you, Bonnie! Oh my god. Hi, Goat! Zoinks, can we shout out Goat, please? Use exclamation XSO, please. Is he still in there? Okay, he's gone. Okay, he gone. Oh my god. Okay, Bonnie gone.
Follow and support playing note.
Okay, probably Chica in the kitchen. Where did Bonnie go? I don't see Bonnie. Oh, Bonnie's there back. Okay. Okay. Chica is rummaging again in the kitchen as usual. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh no. What the fuck is wrong with this camera? Oh my god, Chica and Bonnie. Okay. Chica, Bonnie. This. Okay, Chica, Bonnie. Okay. Chica, Bonnie. Okay. I think there's a delay. Fuck. Ah, fuck you! Fuck you! Oh my god, Chica, no, please, no, Chica, chill, Chica. Is he still there? Oh my god, Bonnie's still there. Chica! No! I know, I have to be mindful of power, but they're... Oh shit, okay. Oh my god, Bonnie's still there! Bonnie, go away! I need my power! It's still there! Bonnie! No. Okay, he gone. Okay. Okay, Bonnie's back there. She is here. What the fuck? Oh shit. What is that? Huh? Oh no, Bonnie, come on. Oh no, where's Chica? Is Chica also here? Okay, okay, okay. It's not, it's not, it's not. Come on. Get away from me. Okay, Chica is now in the dining hall. Bonnie! No, I'm about to be out of power. No. Oh no. Okay, okay, okay. I got 2%. Please, please, please. Please, please. Please. No. 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 Please. Please. No. Freddy. No. Fuck you. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Why is it so dark? What happened? What? What the fuck? Did it bug? Did it bug? Ah! Fuck you, Freddy! Fuck you! Owie! No! Fuck you, Freddy! Fuck you! I hate you! No! It's just night 2! It's just night 2 and I'm struggling! You didn't know he kills you when you run out? I didn't know, I didn't know. I didn't know. I gotta, oh my god, my throat is kind of hurting. Sometimes he's graceful, he will give you a bit of time. Yeah, he did like give me a bit of time. I thought the game bugged because it kind of like, you know, blacked out and stuff. Yeah, I was kind of hoping it clutches 6 a.m. because it was already 5 a.m. I was like, please, 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 please go 6 a.m. But it didn't make it. Goat, how are you today? Wie geht es dir? Good morning. Guten Morgen. You're so early today. Don't you have like work today? Wait, what? Why is my translator in there? What the fuck? Hold on. Let me fix the translator. Okay, there you go. Translator should be fine now. Do you need your carry? There's no multiplayer. No. It feels so good getting 6 a.m. with no power. I know, right? I've seen like a lot of clutches with that. Bro, Gluner, this game is hard. This game hard. I fucking hate Freddy. I hate Freddy. Double meaning. I hate Freddy. This is easy? Bro, this is why I don't like this game. This is like I don't like Five Nights. But I'm just gaming it for the game, you know. I'm gaming it because it's a donuts on tap shit, you know. Okay, let's do night 2 again. Fuck my life, man. I'm still not used to it. I can like stop Bonnie and Chica. But man, Bonnie camped me last round. Oh my god. I'm still not fast enough, I'd say. I still am like. I'd say not too fast. Sometimes you can't win because they camp the doors. I know, right? No, I got clipped. Oh my god, I got clipped. God damn it. Oh my god, Bonnie! We just started! Bonnie! Bonnie, would you be a dear and stay there, okay? Bonnie? Bonnie? It just started, okay? We just started, Bonnie. What the fuck? Where was that? What was that? Was he in front of the camera? What the fuck? Oh, Bonnie. Bonnie, why? You're there already. Oh my god. Cameras, come on. Stop bugging on me. Oh no, where did Bonnie go? Where did Bonnie go? What? Oh, Bonnie went there back. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. You gotta chill. You gotta chill, you guys. Chill, chill, chill the fuck off. Oh my god, Bonnie. Bonnie. Can I turn off the fan? That will save a lot of energy, you know? That fan is like taking a lot of my energy, you know, honestly. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Yo, what
Okay.
is good, Nacho Breezy?
Yo, what is good? Hi, twinsies. Oh, hey. How is the twinsies? How is your hand? You've been... Yeah, it's you! It's you! It's the Glooner! How is the Gloonger? What? Okay. Okay. We're good so far. Gotta check on Bonnie always. Okay. Actually scared me crazy. Where did Bonnie go? Bonnie. Okay. Oh, Chica, I mean Chica. I mean Chica. Oh my god, Chica. Oh, Chica. Chica, chill. Oh, hi. It's a princess. How was the princess tonight? I hope Arm is not too hurty because, you know, Arm very important. Chica, chill. Chica. It's just 2 a.m. You just woke up. Good morning, princess. Are you shitting me, Chica? Oh, and Bonnie too? Are you shitting me? Come on. Chill, you two. Chill. Okay, Freddy and Foxy are still there. I just have to make sure these two are not gonna be sneaking on me. How is the princess? How was sleep? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, Bonnie's there. Chica, come on, go away. Oh, shit. Where did, huh? Where'd my camera go? Okay, there we go. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Ah! Chica! Go away! Uh-oh. No! Are you shitting me? Go away, you two! Oh my god! Stop hogging my camera! Oh my god. Oh my god! My power! My power! No! Oh my god. Okay, Bonnie gone. Chica's still there. What the fuck? What? Huh? What is that sound? Is that Freddy? Oh, come on, camera. Oh shit. Okay, it's not. Okay, is Chica gone? Okay, Chica gone. Okay. Bro, it's just, oh my god, Chica, Bonnie, can you chill, please? Please, for the love of God, I only have 30% power because of you two. Oh my god. Come on. Okay. We just gotta chill it. Oh shit. Fuck you, Bonnie! Oh my god. Okay, Chica is there. Okay, Bonnie gone. Where Bonnie? Where is Bonnie? I don't see Bonnie. Where did Bonnie go? Oh, Bonnie went there. Okay. You must suffer as I have, as Ramatra from Overwatch would say. Crazy, man. No! Why is my camera bugging on me? Stop! Oh no. Oh shit. Are you shitting me? Okay. Oh, Chica went away already. Okay. That's good. Being a very good right there. Chica. Okay. Bonnie's coming back. Oh, Bonnie is there. Who's that? Oh, okay. Got it. I've been hearing noises. Oh shit. No, Chica. Chill. Okay. Chica gone. Oh no, 6%. Will we make it? Please tell me I'll make it this time. Please. Okay. Please. No. No. Just. No, my power is running out. No, please. Yeah! Yeah! Oh my god. Ah! Okay. Gotta start watching them again. Okay, we gotta listen, I guess.
Hello. Hey, you're doing great. Most people don't last this long. I mean, you know, they usually move on to other things by now.
Move on to other things.
That's not what I meant. Anyway, I better
Oh
not
my
take
god,
up too much
Chica!
of your time. Things are getting real tonight. Hey, listen, I had an idea. If you happen to get caught and want to avoid getting stuffed into a Freddy suit, try playing dead. You know, go limp. Then there's a chance that maybe they'll think that you're an empty costume instead. Then again, if they think you're an empty costume, they might try to stuff a metal skeleton into you. I wonder how that would work. Yeah, never mind. Scratch that. It's best just not to get caught. Okay, I'll leave you to it. See you on the flip side.
See you on the flip side. Okay, Chica's there. Burp. Sorry. Oh no, where did Chica go? Chica! What the fuck? Huh? Okay, she went there. Okay, Bonnie is chilling for now. Okay, we're good. We're good. No! Camera, please! Stop! Stop tweaking on me, camera! Oh no, shit. Oh, what? Where did Chica go? Probably in the... Oh, okay. You went back to the restroom. Okay. Camera, stop! Oh, okay. Chica went to the kitchen. Freddy will move this night? Oh, no, please. No, please. Okay. I hate Freddy. Okay, Chica is kinda near again. Oh shit. Okay. Where did Chica go? Huh? Oh, she went back to the kitchen. Okay. Oh, is that Chica doing the num 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 num? That's Foxy? Oh, okay. The num 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 is Foxy. Okay, got it. Where did Chica go? Okay, Chica is in there. Okay, got it. That's prepared. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, Bonnie. Okay, Bonnie, chill. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? What the fuck is his face? Hi, Uchi. Good morning. How is Uchi today? Okay, Chica is on the right side.
What's this motherfucking thing?
And
Burger?
okay. What the fuck were... Okay, Bonnie's in there. I have to check the pirate cove, but it's not letting me. Okay, there we go. Chica. Okay. Okay, Chica went there. Okay, got it. Where's Bonnie? Okay, Bonnie's there. Halvingachi! Wait, the Saturn Burger didn't play? I didn't hear it. Did it play? I didn't hear it. It played? Okay, I guess I have a bug thing again on my end. I'll fix it later, hold on. Okay. You're just locked in? Yeah. Bro, it's 3 AM and I have 40% power left. I don't know if I could make it. Oh my god. Chica! Chica, go away! Chica! No! I know that sound! No! That is Freddy! Where is he? No, are you shitting me? Oh, that's Freddy. Oh, I see him. Yeah. Oh. Ah! Fuck you, Chica! Fuck you! I forgot Chica was in my door. I got so distracted by Freddy's laugh. Okay, let me try and fix the Tangia one. It does this thing sometimes. Yeah. Hold on. Tangia. Monitor off, monitor on. Monitor on. Okay. Just a heads up, if you hear a breathing sound while looking at cams you cooked. I didn't hear it. Was there? I'm pressing all the wrong things. That means they are in front of you? Oh, I didn't know. How doing? Hi, Fizzy. I'm on night tree, but I'm struggling. Only Bonnie and Chica do that. Ah, I see. Small thing probably won't change anything. What? What? Good night, Cosmic. Ah, it should have been night 2. They were not supposed to be that aggressive. Really? Yeah, it's Cosmic sleepy time, I guess. Good night, Cosmic. Bom dia. Bon noite. Bon noite. Bonnie can move to the door from the closet. Or from the camera right next to the office, while Chica can only enter the doorway from the camera. Huh? From the camera next to the office. Okay. I've never had a lot to do on night 2. I'm awake. Welcome back, Cosmic. Yeah, they can skip cams. Yeah, they've been skipping cams a lot. The one where they look up. Oh. What are you saying? Huh? I don't get, huh? Okay. Let's start again. Night 3. He's saying they can jump camps. Oh, okay. Bonnie's just more likely to be at the door. Yeah, he keeps on camping me in the door. And I forgot about Chica last time because I got distracted by Freddy. Okay, let's do it again. We got this. I got this. Okay, I'll start with that 2 cameras. Keep on check. Oh, fuck! Chica, Chica, we just started. Chica, can you please? Can you please not, Chica? For the love of God. For the love of God, Chica. For the love of God. Oh my God! You're near already. Crazy. Oh my God, Foxy's what the fuck? Oh my God, what the fuck? Okay. Chica is there. Oh no. Oh, fuck you, Chica. Fuck you, Chica. Oh, you're gone already. Wow, that's fast. Okay. Where's Chica going? Where did Chica go? Is she back again there? No. Foxy is about to go out. Oh, Chica went there. Okay. Okay, they're now on those 3 cameras. Freddy pathing is stage dining bathroom in right hall to right corner. Bonnie on average will appear doors 16 times in one night, while Chica will only appear average 8 times in the doorway. Okay, got it, got it. Oh shit. Where did Chica go? Where did Chica go? Oh, Chica is there. Okay, okay, okay. Got it, got it. Once he reaches it, he will stay there, no movement, so expect to keep your right closed for the next of the night. Chica. Okay. Chica, 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 Chica. Okay. For Freddy. Okay, okay. I fucking hate Freddy. Double meaning. Yeah. If you don't watch him on stage. That's why I wanna like always watch him there. Where did Chica go again? Okay, okay, got you. Yeah, Freddy heating that camera is basically just power drain almost anytime you open cams. Okay. Got it, got it. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good so far. So far. So far. Yes. Please stay there, you 3. Stay there. You don't have to. Please. Stay there for the oh my god. Chica, where the fuck did you go again? Oh my god. Oh, Chica went there immediately? Crazy. He was just in my door. I probably could beat the game in one sitting, Loki. Damn, y'all are sweats. I'm not a sweat. I'm not a sweat. And hello. Hi, Cody. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. How are you today? Good morning, good evening. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Vampies community. Please. No! No way! Even Bonnie went away. What? No! Where is... Huh? Chica is there? Bonnie is there? Where's Freddy? Where's Freddy? Where's Freddy? Where's Freddy? Where did Freddy go? I don't see Freddy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Somebody's in the kitchen. I believe that's Freddy. Okay, that's Chica. Okay. What the fuck? Chica is there. Okay, okay. Okay, Chica gone. Chica gone. Where is Freddy? Huh? I don't see Freddy. I don't see Freddy. I don't see Freddy. Where is Freddy? No. 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 Oh my god. Please, no. I hate Freddy. Please, oh, for the love of God. Freddy, go away. Where? Huh? Where did Bonnie go? Where did Bonnie go? What? Huh? Where is everyone? I don't see shit, man. Bro, I don't see anyone. Okay, is that Bonnie or Freddy? Oh no, Foxy! Foxy! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh no, 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 no. Please, 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 please. Please, please. It's 4 a.m. It's just 4. Who the fuck was that? Is that Freddy? Okay, someone's on the kitchen. Someone's on the kitchen. Freddy is in the dining. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Ah! Fuck you, buddy! Fuck you! Fuck you! No! Chica, no! Please! No, for the love of God, no! Oh my god. Oh, Chica is there now. Okay. Okay, okay. Bonnie's gone. Bonnie's gone. Oh my god. It's 4 a.m. I only have 20% left. Someone's on the kitchen. Okay. Bonnie's there. I don't see Freddy. The thing is, I don't see Freddy. I don't know where Freddy is. He's been gone all this time. Or I'm just dumb. I'm probably just blind. I don't see Freddy anywhere. Oh my god, can I clutch it this time, please, too? Okay, Freddy's there. Where is... Okay. Where the fuck? Okay, okay, Bonnie's near. Chica is near. Please, 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 no. Oh shit, okay, okay, Bonnie's there. Chica is there. Foxy, stay there. Where is Freddy? I don't see Freddy. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Please, please, please. Make it. Make it. Make it. Please, please. Oh my god. Chica. Chica. Please. Oh, make it. Make it. Chica. Bonnie. Foxy. I don't see Freddy. No. Yeah! Yeah! Oh my god! Yay! I made it! Okay, okay. I will have to read chat. Hello, I'm new here. My days are going pretty good. Plus playing FNAF 4 and chilling. Ooh, FNAF 4. How is it? Are you winning? Yeah, if you can find them in the same cam, images are just PNGs. They will only show one animatronic at a time. Okay, so Freddy and Bonnie being the same area will either show only Freddy or only Bonnie except for main stage. Easy cooking. Socks didn't make the ones with the one more animatronic on the same one. W. Okay, got it, got it, got it. Oh my god! Chica! Foxy! Chill!
Maybe sometime you could check inside those suits in the back room. I'm gonna try to hold out until someone checks.
Who's?
Maybe it won't be so bad. Yeah, I always wondered what was in all those empty heads back there. You know,
Oh shit, what the fuck?
I don't know.
Oh! Oh, he's the one that got killed. Oh, okay. I thought it was... Oh my god, Bonnie. Oh my god, Bonnie. Huh. Bonnie, why? Just chill, Bonnie. I tell you, just chill, Bonnie.
Get glued.
I get glued. Oh, Chica is on the kitchen. I hear her. Okay. Okay. Okay, Chica stopped. Oh no, no, she's still rummaging. I have to look to Foxy and Freddy. Okay. Always wonder who killed him. Oh, indeed. Oh my god, are you shitting me? What? Hello, hi, Lorenzo. Thank you for the what the fuck? He's tweaking there? How? What? I don't get what? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. 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 They start tweaking on night 4 on cams. Oh, okay. Got it. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay. No! I forgot to watch Freddy. Oh, shit. Okay. We can do this. We'll finish 5 nights. Please. I want to finish this game and move forward with my life. Oh my god. Shadow. Okay, Chica is there. Bonnie's still there. I gotta check on Foxy always. And Freddy is still there. Okay, I see Freddy there in the dining. How are you, Shadow? Baking Legacy. The Master Baker. The Master Baker. Oh my god. Foxy! No! Wah! Oh shit. Oh shit. Huh? Oh, okay. Chica is nearby. That's why I hear. Okay. I don't see Bonnie. Ah! Fuck you, Bonnie! Okay, Chica is still not tweaking on me, I guess. Okay. Bonnie gone. Chica there. Where Bonnie? Foxy there. Okay. What? Oh, are they in the kitchen? So Foxy's still there. That's probably Chica. Where's Bonnie? Bonnie? Huh? Oh, they're probably in the... No. Oh shit. Okay, Bonnie. That's Bonnie, right? That's Bonnie, right? It is Bonnie, right? It is Bonnie, right? Okay. Who's that? Okay. It's just 3 a.m., bro. It's just 3 a.m. Okay, someone's rummaging in the kitchen. I don't know who is. Probably Chica. I don't see Freddy. Freddy's coming. Freddy in the bathroom. I don't see Freddy. Oh my god. Foxy's there. Oh my god. No. Okay. Okay, Chica is there. Where is Freddy? I don't see Freddy. Or am I just a dum-dum? I don't see. Okay. You can track his eyes? I don't see it. Oh shit. No! Fuck you, Bonnie! Is this game that hard? Maybe? It's my first time playing the game, honestly. I'm a newbie. Okay, Chica is there. I still don't see Freddy. Okay, is Chica gone? Okay, Chica gone. I mean Bonnie. Oh, Chica is there. Chica, chill. Chica, chill. Oh, are you shitting me? Fuck you, Bonnie. Fuck you, Bonnie. Come on. Get away from me. Oh my god, Bonnie, go away. My power. Okay. Oh, okay. Bonnie gone. Bonnie gone. One percent. No, please. 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 No. No. Please, make it. Please, he said yeah. Please. Yes, please keep on playing, Freddy. Please. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. Night 5. Oh shit, Bonnie's gone already. Crazy. Oh, hi Foxy. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Bonnie is near already, and Chica is gone already. Where the fuck? So Bonnie is there. Foxy is there. I don't see Chica. Oh, there we go. There's Chica. Okay. We gotta finish the game, you guys. I'm not gonna try night 6, okay? No, I'm not a sadist. I'm not a masochist, I mean. Oh shit. Okay. Bonnie's there. Chica's in the dining. Okay. We're doing good. We're doing chill. We gotta save power. Hello. Hi, Jonathan. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. How are you today? Oh my god! No! Freddy. Chill. Chica, chill. Chill. Chica? I don't see Freddy in the restroom. Okay, Freddy's there. Okay. Chica, fuck you. You might want to go away. Oh my god, Bonnie, fuck you too. You might want to go away. Okay, Chica gone. Bonnie's still there? Okay. Okay. We're doing... Okay, we're kind of doing okay, I guess. Oh my god. Bonnie, go away! Stop hogging my energy. I need energy, Bonnie. Bonnie! Hello? Bonnie? You might wanna move. Oh my god! Bonnie? Okay, Bonnie gone. Okay. Chica's probably in the dining. Where is Bonnie? Okay, Bonnie is in the camera still. Okay. Freddy's still there. Okay, we're doing okay. When Freddy hits right door, keep the door closed for the rest of the night. Okay, okay. Just join the Discord as my favorite animatronic Freddy. Aww. Also, if you need a FNAF expert, I'm your guy, but I'm not going to spoil it. Thank you. Notice you were playing one of my favorite games. Well, here I am. Oh my god, it's my first time playing the game, honestly. No, Foxy! I forgot Foxy! No! I saw Foxy run! No! No! I was busy yapping! No! Okay. Whew. Gotta lock in. We gotta lock in. We gotta lock in. We're gonna lock in. Can do it this time, okay? We're gonna do it this time, I swear. Immediately? Crazy. Camera, hello? Oh my god, Chica gone already. Dum 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 dum. Oh my god. Where did Chica go? Probably here? Dum 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 dum. Does Chica ever go to the left side of the place? Just be careful checking left hall. Yeah. Okay, Bonnie moved. Okay, okay. Got it, got it, got it. Freddy goes right. Would you survive Freddy's IRL? No. I hate Freddy. Double meaning. I hate Freddy. Where is huh? What the fuck? Where did I go? Huh? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I got distracted. No, Freddy! Okay, they're out of the thing now. Oh my god. Please, camera, come on. Gotta check on Foxy always. I don't want him running on me again. So if Chica's near, Bonnie's not here yet. Okay, Bonnie's in there. Wah! Wah! We got this, we got this. Oh my god, Chica? Okay, Chica probably went away. Okay, Bonnie's in there. Yeah. Okay, Freddy's in the dining. Chica's there. Oh my god. Can we do this? Oh my god, Chica. No, Freddy. No, please, no. Why is my camera always tweaking on me? How can I check? I don't see Freddy. Fuck, 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 fuck. Okay, Freddy's in the restroom now. Oh shit. Oh shit. Where's Bonnie? Where is Bonnie? Okay, Bonnie's in there. Okay. My camera! Stop! Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. Chica in there also. I didn't know this body. Fuck. Oh my god, my heart, my heart. Oh my god. I swear, I swear. One more. One more. One more. One more. One more. One more. Oh my god. It's hard. Night 5 is hard. I'm just a dum-dum. Oh my god. Chica! I just... Chica? Chica zoomed. God damn. We just started, Chica. Where did Chica go? Okay, Chica is now in the hallway. Oh my god. No! Freddy moved already. Bonnie is there. Uh... Okay, okay. I think Chica's in the kitchen. Yeah, Chica's in the kitchen. I just have to, like, make sure Bonnie and Dum 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 Foxy's being enabled. That's Freddy, I guess. Okay, Chica's in there. Okay, Bonnie is in there. Where is Freddy? I don't see Freddy. Oh my god. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Oh my god. No! 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 Why? 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 I just started. Ha! One more, one more, one more. One more, one more, one more, one more, one more. One more, one more. How long is the stream going for? It says 1 hour on my end, but I believe it's more. Yeah, it's 3 hours now. Because I'm getting EP. Okay, okay. One more. Okay. We got this, we got this. Oh my god. Ugh. I hate that. Whenever it whenever it jams, the door jams, it's crazy. Hey, Chica, moving. We gotta conserve power. So we will check every now and then. Where did Chica go? Chica's... Okay, there we go. Chica always goes around like crazy. Okay, Chica is in there. Chica is so unpredictable. Okay. Oh my god, Foxy. Hi, Cosmic. Wait, you didn't redeem it earlier? Okay, Bonnie moved. Where's Chica? Where's Chica? Oh, you shitting me? Okay. Chica, go away. Chica, come on. Stop being stupid, Chica. Okay, okay. No! I hate it whenever Freddy's moving. Where did Freddy go? Well, he's probably in the dining. Okay. Okay. Bonnie's in there. Freddy's in the dining. Where's Chica? Chica is there. Okay. It's just 1 hour for now. Chica, chill. Okay, Bonnie's in there. Chica. Oh my god. Chica is always going around, I swear. Okay. Bonnie's in there. Chica's still in there. Freddy's still in there. Okay, okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Ah! What? 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 How? How? What? But I just saw Bonnie on the hallway. What? Oh man. Oh, that was his breathing? Crazy. Okay, I will wait for everyone from the ads and then we'll continue. Okay, okay? Okay. We'll continue after the ads. I will wait for everyone. Okay. Ah, oh my god.
Halloween, Nyachi.
Halloween.
Hello there.
Hello there. So if you hear Bonnie breathing like that, doesn't it mean you're already dead? Yeah, I think so. It's a Canzolini. Yeah, I believe so too. That is the case. If like that. But oh my god. How is everyone though? I hope everyone's having a good day so far. Also, if you guys are sleepy, I know it's quite late in the US. Please do sleep. So yeah. You're just sitting in front of you while and looking at cams. Oh. If you don't put down the camera, will they go away or will they just jump scare you? Because basically if you just like yeah. I heard him like wheeze earlier. I heard. Oh, so you're basically fucked if you hear them breathing. Okay, okay, got it. Got it. It will force you anyway? Ah, I see, I see. Sounds like the game's way of messing with you a little more before the jump scare. Oh, I see. Using code Andy Moo. Alright. Burp. I burp. Okay, the game is I mean the ads is almost done. We'll continue afterwards. I hope I could finish night 5. So I could close this game and uninstall it forever and tell people, yeah, I did FNAF. I did FNAF. I fucking hated it. Okay, welcome back from the ads. Thank you for standing by and waiting. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. What do you mean I don't know? All right, let's go. We gotta lock in. Like you gotta like beat the full game. Really? But isn't like doing 5 nights like, you know, it's 5 nights at Freddy's. So on the night 5, you must be able to like finish the game, right? There's 6 and 7. No, I don't think I can. Like I'm already struggling with 5. What more with 6 or 7? 6, 7. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Got you. Got you. Okay, let's just save the stuff. You did it to yourself? Yes, you did it to yourself. Chica! Oh my god. Immediately? Dum 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 dum. Okay, Chica's there. Okay. 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 Chill there. You gotta chill there. Chill. Chill there, please. Oh my god. Bonnie. Where's Chica? Okay, Chica's here. Okay. Oh my god, Freddy. Hey, Chica went away. Where did Bonnie go? Who's Bonnie? Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Okay, Freddy's in there. Bonnie's there. Where's Chica? Where's Chica? Oh, Chica's rummaging in the kitchen. Okay. Okay, Chica's not rummaging in the kitchen anymore. Ah! Okay. Ah. Okay. Bonnie is there. Where did Chica go again? Okay, Chica is in the bathroom. Okay, okay. Okay, Chica is there. I don't see Freddy. Probably Freddy and Bonnie in the same corner. Bonnie's there, Freddy's there. Where is Chica? Okay, Chica. Chica is always lost. As thing. Oh shit! Yeah, thank you for letting me know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, Chica's there. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, Bonnie's there. Okay, Bonnie's there. Oh shit. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. No. No, please, 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 Freddy, chill. Would you please chill? I don't see them. Oh my god, Chica is there. Okay, Bonnie's there. Okay, Foxy's still inside, which is good. I just have to make sure the both of them are okay. Okay, that's Chica. That's Chica. Okay. Okay, okay. We're good, we're good. We're good, kinda, kinda. Kinda. Oh shit. Oh shit, why is Freddy sounding so near? Oh, I don't like that sound. I don't like that sound. Come on. Come on, stop hogging the... Oh my god. I don't see Freddy anywhere. Ah, fuck. 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 Barney! I swear this game is gonna be the end of me. uh, Last one. No, no, no. Last one or two? Last two. Last two. If I don't get it in the last two tries, I will give up and just play Minecraft. I cannot. My heart cannot handle this. I'm just... I'm just like... Okay. We got this. Okay. Thank you, Munch. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's do this. Oh my god, Chica's gone already. Crazy. I passed my lucky spoon. Crazy. Oh my god, body's gone. No, why can't I use it? Why? Ah! I know it! I know it! I'm like, what? Why? Why can't I use it? What? Why? What? It just started, man. We just started. Why? 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 Is where this game hates me. Oh my god. Okay. Last try, last try. Okay. I think you can make it before passing out. Please, please do sleep if you're EP, okay? Oh my god, Bonnie's gone already. Okay, Bonnie's there. Dum 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 dum. No, no, you're dum dum. No, you're dum dum. Oh my god, this is fucking creepy of Bonnie, honestly. Bonnie doing that is fucking creepy. Like crazy shit. Okay, Chica is there. Chica, just rummage the kitchen for me, please. Just rummage the kitchen. That's a big help, honestly, Chica. If you do that. Oh my god. Immediately? Oh shit. Freddy moved already. Okay. Freddy's in the dining. Fuck you, Bonnie. Can you just please fuck off, Bonnie? Can you please fuck off, Bonnie? Oh, Bonnie's gone. Okay. Okay. Chica's rummaging the kitchen, which is good. Oh, you're not rummaging the kitchen anymore, I see. Okay, okay, okay. We kinda do be... Yeah? Oh shit, Freddy. Come on. Chica is there. Bonnie's there. Where's Freddy? Oh, is that Freddy rummaging in the kitchen? Okay, Bonnie's there. Bonnie's still tweaking in there. Oh yeah, that was Freddy rummaging the kitchen. Okay, got it, got it, got it. Okay. Oh, are you shitting me? Waccyy, stay there. Chica! Go away! I don't see Freddy! Ah! Fuck you, Bonnie! I don't see Freddy! Oh, Freddy's in the restroom. Okay, okay, okay. Got it, got it, got it. Got it, got it, got it. Bonnie's gone. Okay, Bonnie's back there. Where is Chica? Where is Chica? Where is Chica? Okay, Chica's there. Chica is there. Chica is there. Come on. Come on, Chica. Stay there. Bonnie. Where is Bonnie? Okay, Bonnie's there. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Please, please. We're only 38%. They keep on hogging my battery. Come on. Come on. Okay, Bonnie's in there. I think that's Freddy or Chica hogging in the kitchen. Yeah, oh shit. Okay. Okay, that's Bonnie there. Let us see Freddy. Oh, Chica's there. Okay. Okay. Please, please make it. It's just 3 a.m. Bonnie's there. Chica's there. Huh. 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 Please, please. I want to make it. Oh my god. I don't like that sound. Please. No. Foxy, stay there. Oh, I don't like that sound. Please, Freddy. It's just 4 a.m. Come on. Okay. Ah! Bunny! You bitch. Oh shit. Freddy's in the kitchen now. Okay, Bonnie's gone. Okay. No, please, Freddy. Oh no, Freddy's in the hallway. Are you shitting me? Where is Chica? Oh shit, oh shit. Freddy, 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 Chica. Freddy, Chica. Stay there, please. Oh my god, no. Freddy, Chica. Oh my god. Where's Bonnie? Where's Bonnie? Where is Bonnie? Where is Bonnie? Where is Foxy? Okay, Bonnie's there. Okay. Okay. Come on, it's 5 a.m. Please, please, please. No. Foxy, stay there. Oh, fuck you. No! No! I was almost there! I was almost there! No! Please, no! 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 No, please! Please make it to 6 a.m. Please! 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 I hate you, Freddy! No! No! Please, please! Stay singing there! Stay singing there! Play longer! Play longer! Please, play longer! Play longer! Please! 6 a.m. Please, 6 a.m. No! 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 6 a.m. Please! No! No! It's gone. It's gone, you guys. It's gone, you guys. It's gone, you guys. It's gone. It's gone. What? 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 Yo! Yo! What? Oh, what? Yo! Oh my god, that was so fucking tense! Bro! Bro, that was so fucking tense! Oh my god! Bro! What? What? Oh my god, my throat. I was shouting a lot. Oh my god. That was crazy. Do you want me to try night 6? Maybe I could try just once. Just once. But I cannot guarantee that I'll finish it because I'm like, bro, I just won night 5 out of pure luck. Out of pure luck, I swear. That was like Freddy giving me Freddy was like, you know what? I'm gonna give you the pass. Bro, that was crazy. That was crazy shit. That was crazy. Oh my god. Okay, let's try night 6, but I will not run it anymore after that. I want to do Minecraft. Well, we're gonna chill Minecraft. Okay. Okay, what do I expect in 6th night? It's probably harder. They're probably like super... Oh my god, Bonnie's out there already. Crazy. Okay. They jump everywhere like ninjas. Yeah, I guess so. Oh my god. My god, Bonnie, immediately? Okay, Bonnie's there. Bro, I swear if I win this in just one run, I will cry. I doubt though. Dum 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 dum. Oh, are you shading me? Yeah, it's gone already. It's gone already. I can't. I can't. I can't. Yeah. Yeah, Bonnie. Yeah, Bonnie. It was Bonnie. Yeah, I can't do night 6. It's hard. Yeah. It's not for me. That's it for Five Nights at Freddy's. Let's go back to the yapping screen for now. Let's yap a bit. Oh my god, I want to talk about it. Wait, what happened to my donos on stuff? What the fuck? What happened to my donos on stuff again? It's bugging again, I guess. Yeah, it hates me. My donos on timer. Come on. My donos on thing is bugged again. I don't know why. It hates me. Huh. It doesn't wanna refresh again. Properties. Yeah. The fuck? It's not working again. That night 5 ending was amazing. Yeah, it was. I didn't expect it. I was just like I was like just as soon as the screen turned black, I was just like, bro, it's the end. It's the end. I cannot. And then Freddy just like took his way. Like he just took its sweet time. So it he took his sweet time just like, you know, just looking at me and just like, you know what? I'm gonna take my time and just slowly walk to you. And boy, oh boy, he spared me. Oh my god. I was scary though. It was super scary. But it was fun. That was super fun, yeah. That clutch was super fun. I wasn't expecting it. we're gonna have more probably horror games in the future. We do have a goal where I have to play a horror game and you guys will decide which horror game I will play. So yeah, you could do a different FNAF game, I'd say. FNAF 2? Yeah, I believe is that the FNAF game where you can hide as a there's like a mask or what like a mascot head that you could put on and like there's like a flashlight thing. Yeah, yeah. And I believe instead of like a door, there's a vent on the side. She not surviving FNAF 2. Oh my god, true. I will cry. I will cry a lot. I hate FNAF to the core, to the bitter core. I hate Freddy. Yeah, but it's fine. We're gonna be fine. FNAF 4? I don't even have the other FNAF games, honestly. I just watch FNAF. Just for the Donathon goal stuff, but the other FNAF, I don't have it. I don't have it. Oh, thank you for the headband, Cosmic. How are you today? I'm surprised you're still awake, Cosmic. Isn't it like late there? You too, Munch. Why are you still up? Don't you have work tomorrow? FNAF 4 is actually terrifying. I haven't seen that. That one I haven't seen. I believe I've only seen like 2 FNAFs. 1 and 2. I can pass out now. Good night, Zoinks. Please, please have a good sleep. Thank you again. Thank you again for being such a good mod. Sleep well. Cosmic, you also sleep in. Please do have a good sleep. I'm just gonna continue streaming Minecraft this time. We're gonna do Minecraft. So, hold on. Hold on. So before we start Minecraft, it's still loading by the way. I'm gonna open the Minecraft server that I have with Doc and Lyra. So I will be playing that. We're just gonna chill. We're just gonna grind. We're just gonna yap, whatever. So whoever wanna have like yapping moments, we can do that, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna grind a little bit, trying to map out the area. Yeah, I'm trying to map the area. You need love to talk you in. Wait, is love here? Love. Love. Are you listening? Let me crazy. Wait. Wait, let me screenshot that and send it to Lob. Oh my god. Sending it to Lob. Okay. Love responded. I'm gonna pass out soon myself. Please have a good sleep. Ow! Hi, Sid. Hi. How is the mouse wife? I shout out to Sid. Oh my god, is that the tabby wife?
Follow and
Oh
support
my
Satano
god.
1868.
Oh my god, it's the tabby wife. How is the tabby wife? We shout out the tabby wife. I kiss the tabby wife. How was it, tabby wife? Did you had fun playing Kick Divers with the dog? Who's been? Wait, is Bat playing Hick Divers too? Oh, they're playing Ready or Not. Dang, they're gonna play Ready or Not without me. Crazy. Okay, had fun, tons of fun playing with the silly dog boys, Bean. Yeah, yeah. I was lurking all those times. I was lurking, and I'm like, oh. Oh my god, it's Dash! Hi, Dash! How are you today? I just finished playing FNAF. I beat 5 nights. Yes, I finished FNAF 1. And I clutched it on the night 5. It was crazy shit. How are you, Dash? Oh my god. Let's shout out to Dash. Let's. Oh my god. Do we get no, Tabby wife, no, please. I hate Freddy. I closed it already. Cosmic Play 9-6. I tried and I got dragged to the mud by Bonnie immediately. No, Tabby, please, no. It's traumatizing. Golden, no. I don't deserve shoutouts. No, you deserve shoutouts. You deserve the recognition. You're doing good. You're doing good today. Yes. No, Kirby, no, no. Ah, stop. Ah, that tickles Kirby. No. Okay. Also, I'm new on meds. I'm on new meds. I can't sleep. Oh no. I hope the meds are gonna be fine for you soon, Dash. I hope you adjust to them. What type of meds are they? It's probably antidepressant or something, right? Oh my god. Snipper! No. My god, my donuts on stuff is not working again, I swear. And there's like a storm happening. There's like a storm. No! What? No! Why am I no? Bald! Bald! No! No! Oh my god! Ah, bald! Bald! There's a dome. True form, damn. I can't believe it. Crazy. Hold on. Let me do something real quick. I don't know why my donuts on widget is not working again. It hates me. Oh my god, it's not. Twin Tails? Oh, sure. Is it this one? me when I forgore my toggles. Oh no, not that. It's probably this one. Oh, this one. There you go. Twin tails. Can't change knocker size anymore? No, you can. Wait, does it not work? Does the change bazonga not work? It should work. This should work. Huh. Or is the new model look smoother? Yeah, I debuted it like last week. I debuted this one. This was supposed to be debuted on my birthday like 2 weeks ago. But I had like wait, my birthday. My birthday, yeah, 2 weeks ago almost. Yeah. This was supposed to be debuted back then, but I had some issues with like no, why am I flat? Oh my god. New redeems, yes, there's new redeems. Yeah, you made my booba gone. Yeah, this model is like I love her so much. Yeah, it's very more expressive, honestly. It's more expressive. Booby's back. Can I get a refund? No. No, I believe I can't. No, no, no. Unfortunately not. Uh it's not letting me. Yeah, it's an auto deduct. Will you be 40 inches with me with for my birthday? Oh my god. Yes, of course. Of course it. When is the mouse wife birthday? So I can take note of it. When is the mouse wife birthday? Let's have a music in the background, you know what? Okay, let's have a background. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You like that? You like that music? Yes, I like that music. Okay, there we go. I like that music a lot. Can't say because I don't celebrate it. Aww. Then we can celebrate it. You can dim it to me. We'll celebrate it. Say what you mean. Tell me your lie. I forgot to. Oh my god, go back on Discord. There you go. Okay. RIP VOD. No, it's not gonna be in the VOD. The music will not be in the VOD. So this is the setting that I use whenever I go karaoke. It will not be in the VOD. You will not hear it. How is everyone though? Oh my god. Say what you mean. Tell me you're right. Nice hair. Yes, it's your favorite hairstyle, Lucy. Someone redeemed it. Good. Dedge? Why you dedge? Hmm? Whoa, Mona Lisa. Oh my god. Based? What? 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 Yeah, oh yeah, he's based. Yeah, Dash. Yeah, 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 Dash redeemed it. Also, he's on steroids, so I'm like, whoa. Are you like building body, by the way, Dash? If you're building body, oh my god, that is crazy. I can't do that.
Can't collude.
Wow, Mona Lisa. Say what you mean. Tell me you're right. Let it sounding down on. Oh my god! Scanline. Fuck. I got scanned. No. Seth is just jerking it. Seth jerking it crazy. Ho. Ho. All right. I'm gonna set up Minecraft now. We're gonna play Minecraft. Hold on. We're gonna go into the yes. Memory so mesmerizing so vindicated. I am selfish. I am wrong. I am right. I swear I'm right. Okay. Minecraft. Minecraft. Should be there. There we go. All right. Okay, before we go and start going in, I will be going to pee. I will go pee. I haven't gone to pee yet ever since I started streaming. So, I'll go get some more water and I will pee. Okay? You also guys, please do hydrate, and if you need to stretch or do something else, please do so. Okay, go get some food if you're hungry. I'll see ya soon. Okay, give me 3 minutes. I'll be back. I am back. Hello. I'm back. We are so far from yeah. Oh wait, am I still in FNAF? Okay. Set game Minecraft. Okay, there you go. There you go. Oh, thank you for that, pet. Love headpats. What's the worst thing I could say? Since it's better if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night. My Donuts One stuff is not working. I don't know why. Oh my god, come on, connect to the server. And good night, so long and good night. Oh my god, come on. Oh my god. Uh, hello? 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 Are we back? Are we back? Hello? Hello? Am I back? Do you hear me? Hello? Am I back? Hello? Do you hear me now, you guys? I hate it. Oh my god. My internet is giving up on me. Oh my god. Hello? I'm back. Am I back? Oh my god. I remember last night and nothing all around me. I think I'm back. Oh my god. Okay, yes, we're back. Okay. Welcome back, Zox. How are you? Will I get what I deserve? The fuck? A maned wolf. Can I tame you? Do you like bones? What do you like? What can I tame you? Can I tame you? Oh my god, you're so cute. Wait. Can I tame Maned Wolf from Alex Mob's mod? Apple? No. Oh, okay. Can they be tamed? I wanna tame it. Let the thoughts go. It cannot be tamed. Oh, unfortunate. Very fine. Yeah, I'm good too. I'm good too. Okay, so I guess we cannot tame him. Okay. Let's just fly, I guess. You're just flying. What? It's not letting me access the map? Oh, am I lagging? Am I lagging? Come on. What's it? Huh? Do I not have my atlas with me? Am I getting disconnected? The fuck? What happening? Is my ping bad? How do I know if I'm having a bad ping? Oh my god, I'm being disconnected. Oh no, my internet. Am I still here? No! Oh my god, my internet is giving up. No, please. Please don't give up. No. Oh my god. What am I gonna do? Oh my god, that is fucking loud. Holy shit. Holy whoa. Whoa. Whoa, that is a loud thunder. Oh my god, no, 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 no. Nuggy? Nuggy? Where's Nuggy? 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 Oh my god, where's my dog? Oh no. Oh shit. Oh shit. We have a shivering dog. We have a shivering dog. Oh boy. Oh no. It's okay, Nuggy. It's okay. 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 It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. Yes. That's nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing. You didn't hear it. You didn't hear it, Nuggy. No, 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 no. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oh my god. Whenever there's like a thunder, I have to I have to calm down Nuggy because she's gonna start shaking. Oh my god. Nuggy. Dog, thank you for the headband. On your mind, to your mama. And it fun, and it fun. Living in a real world. All right. I believe we could start going around this time. What the fuck happened to my... Huh? Bruh. How can I fly with that? Crazy. Okay, map. Map! Where's my atlas? Oh my god, are you shitting me again? Oh my god, I'm lagging. Why? Minecraft cannot handle it? What the fuck? Oh, what? Huh? The fuck? The fuck happened? I'm lagging so much, I guess. Don't go crying. I've already mapped out this part of the map, so let's try and map the big area here. Okay, let's go forward, I guess. Okay. Okay. No, Sniffer! Crazy. Yeah, there's an Umvuti sunbird there again. Doc, if you're watching, yeah, we could like raid that area of the sunbird again. I tried killing it earlier just like myself, but I cannot because it keeps on healing itself. We are the kings and the queens, and the red upon names. It's not a dance with you. Our moves will never be the same. You held your hand like a hero on the history book page. It was the end of a decade, but the start of an age. Lift the walls, we crash you. How the kingdom light shine just for me and you. Yippee time? Good night, Cosmic. Have a good sleep. We're just gonna chill now, you know, I'm just gonna map out and stuff. We could yap, honestly. So, yeah. Please have a good sleep. I'll try to be more discreet or something. Caravan? What the fuck? What the fuck? No, I am not gonna risk myself like that, bro. There we go. Ha, I'm ready. Now I'm ready. Where are you bitches at? Screaming, this is absurd. Long live the walls we crashed through. How the kingdom light shine just for me and you. Have a good lurk, Cosmic. See? Oh my god, I got him. Nice. I was screaming, long live. Now look on your face and bring on all the pretenders. One day we will be remembered. Hold on, you're spinning around confetti. Falls to the ground, make these memories break our fall. When you take a moment, promise me this. But if God forbid fate just step in, the picture. Please tell her my name. Tell her how the crowds went wild. Tell them how I hope they shine. Long live the walls we crashed through. I had the time of my life with you. Long, long live the walls we crashed through. How the kingdom light shine just for me and you. And bring on all the pretenders. I'm not afraid. Singing long live all the mountains we moved. I had a time of my life finding dragons with you. And long, long live that look on your face. And bring on all the pretenders. One day we will be remembered. This. So much for my happy ending. Let's talk this over. It's not like we're dead. Was it something I did? Was it something you said? Ooh, there's a shipwreck there. Held up so high on such a breakable thread. Ooh, soulbound. Nice. I need that. We were everything that I wanted. We were meant to be, supposed to be, but we lost it. All the memories so close to me just fade away. All this time you were pretending, so much for my happy ending. Ah, 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 ah. I know what they say. They tell you I'm difficult, but so are they. But they don't know me. Do they even know you? All the shit you hide from me. All the shit that you do. And I thought we could be wanted. We were meant to be, supposed to be, but we lost it. All the memories so close to me just fade away. All this time you were pretending, so much for my happy ending. It's nice to know that you were there. Thanks for watching, I don't care. It's nice to know you had it all. Thanks for watching as I fall. Why are there two Shibas here? What? Which Shibas are you? What the fuck? Oh, JD! The fuck? Okay. The poor guys, they're just floating in there. Aww. You were everything that I wanted. All the memories so close to me just fade away. All this time you were pretending, so much for my happy ending. Oh, 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 oh. Have I checked this one already? Yeah, it looks like. Wait, just to be sure. God damn it. I'm lagging. Yep. Until I close my eyes, she's everywhere I go. She's all I love this version of this song, by the way. I love this song because I don't know. I feel like I don't know. It gives me the feels. I like this. It's rock, but it still gives the feels, you know? So tell me, where do I start? I don't wanna let her go. Maybe my love will come back someday. Only heaven knows. Maybe our hearts will find their way, but only heaven knows. And all I can do is hope and pray, 'cause heaven knows. Ooh, there's a thing here. My friends keep telling me that if you really love her, you gotta set her free. Now if he returns to you, she's mine. So tell me, where do I start? 'Cause it's breaking my heart. I don't wanna let her go. Maybe my love will come back someday. Only heaven knows. And maybe our hearts will find their ways, but only heaven knows. And all I can do is hope and pray, 'cause heaven knows. Why I leave it swear it's running in every minute. Why do we hurt this now? Maybe our love will come back someday. Only heaven knows. And maybe our hearts will find their way. But only heaven knows. And all I can do is hope and pray. 'Cause heaven knows. Heaven knows. 'Cause heaven knows. I really love that song. I don't know why. That version is just so good. Like, oh my god. Crazy shit. I love it. Okay, let's start stashing this loots. Ooh! Living my life in our hands. And I'm crazy and as I am mine. Risking it all in a man. Dabbling and feeling in the mystery. Leaning out in your head. As long as you're here with me, I want you who you are, where you're from. Don't care what you did, as long as you love me, who you are, where you're from. Don't care what you did, as long as you love me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's all it's meant to be. I don't care who you are, where you're from. Don't care what you did, as long as you love me, who you are, where you're from. Don't care what you did, as long as you love me. But it fears it shows when you look into my eyes. And it got me wrong. As long as you love me. Where's the caravan? I don't see the caravan. Where's the caravan? Who you are, where you're from, don't care what you did, as long as you love me. Who you are, where you're from, don't care what you did, as long as you love me. Yeah. Who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. Who you are, where you're from, don't care what you did, as long as you love me. What you did, huh? As long as you love me. Oh, nice. MCR? Hell yeah. Of course. When I was a young boy, magnanakaw ng baboy. No, just kidding. To see a marching band. He said, son, when you grow up, would you be the savior of the broken, the beaten, and the damned? He said, will you defeat them, your demons, and all the non-believers, the plans that they have made? Because one day I'll leave you a phantom to lead you in the summer to join the Black Parade. Bow, ba-da-dow, ba-da-dow, bow, wow, wow. I really like that part of the song. Can't hate me. Did that say Nazi's ball sacks? Yes, that's my yes. This is my broom's name. Yes. I'm writing it. You like it, right? It's my balls. I ride my balls. Sometimes I get the feeling she's watching over me. And other times I feel like I should go. Well, through it all, the rise and fall, the parties in the streets. And when you wondering what you ought to know, we'll carry on, we'll carry on. Yeah, memory will carry on, will carry on. The anthem won't explain it. I'm running such a whirling from decimated dreams. Your misery and hate will kill us all. Oh, is that? Defiant to the end, we hear the call. We'll carry on. Oh, is this a ruin? We'll carry on. Okay, let's check it out. On and on we carry through the fears. Ah, disappointed faces of your fears. Take a look at me, 'cause I cannot hear it now. There's a world will never take my heart. Gonna simply sing. I say I'm sorry, we're gonna share. And I gotta drink my tea. I'm just a boy who wanna sing this song. Not a hero, I don't care. We'll carry on, we'll carry on. Oh, it has been looted. Didn't gone, believe me. Your memory will carry on, will carry on. Running undefeated, you're really, really marching on. We'll carry on. We'll carry I'm gonna check around though still. I feel like we could still find something. Maybe? My guardian angel. Yes, a very emo of me, yes. Wahahaha. When I see your smile, tears run down my face. I can't replace. And now that I'm strong, I have figured out how this world is stone tasting my soul, and I know I'll find deep inside me I can be the one. I will never let you fall. Hey, let's check the map. What's that blue thing there? Even if saving you sends me to heaven. My god, it still goes up. What? It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's the blue thing. Okay. Oh no, it's not. Days were nights were sure. I can show you I'll be the one. What's the blue thing? Come on, map, 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 map. The fuck? Oh, it's the spring. Oh. Okay. Okay. You're my true love, my whole world. Please don't throw that away, 'cause I am here for you. What? Why do I have something in me? Oh, the sunbird's blessing. What the fuck? Why? Huh? Use me as you will. Pull my strings just for a and I know I'll be okay. For my skies are turning gray. I will never let you fall. I'll stand up with you forever. You know what? I will disconnect from Discord because it's like, I think that's hoarding my internet. Sends me to heaven. I should go around, honestly. I'm trying to map the area. Even if saving you sends me to heaven. Ooh, emerald. What's the next song? Ooh, bring me to life. Yeah. I like Evanescence. How can you see into my eyes like open doors, leading you down into my core, where I become so numb? Damn, hi, hello, hello. Welcome and thank you for the follow. I hope you like my music. Yeah, good, good. How are you doing? It back. What the fuck? The fuck was that? Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Oh, are you shitting me? I'm so far away. Ah, man, that sucks. My ping killed me. No, my ping killed me. That sucks. And I'm so far from it. Oh my god. No, it's not a skill issue. It's an internet issue at this point. Like I'm clicking M for map, but it's not loading. So I don't know what's wrong. It might be the server, it might be me, I don't know. At this point I need Lyra to TP me. God damn it. Oh my god! What? Oh my god, I'm rubber banding. See, I didn't even took damage. Oh, I knew it. God damn it. Bring me to... Bring me to... Oh my god, my bag! Wah! I wanna huh? Ready or not? I could. Yeah. Right now? Oh my god. Wait. Okay, fine. I lost my items anyway. Okay. Where do I join? Okay. Oh, hi. Owie. Okay, I'm back. I died. Oh my god, is my mic back? Oh, finally. Do you wanna share stream chat bets? Okay. Oh my god, I'm lagging.
Stock reporting. The suspects are refusing to come out or negotiate. You are clear to move in. We're overhead, ready to assist. You've got air support. Put it down!
My mic hates me. Oh my god, no wonder. Okay, is it better now? Okay.
Stock reporting. Continue mission. Taken over by extremists from the United
No.
Ready to go. Repeat to Doc. The rig has been taken over. We have
No.
heavy contact with the suspect. Trailer's ready. Several civilians are dead, with others being held hostage somewhere on the rig. We need medical teams and backup on standby.
Fuck, it's there!
What is it?
Terrorists?
Target found. South. Talk.
LSPD, don't move!
Oh my god.
Eyes on the target.
Ow, 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 ow.
Do not move! Get down slowly!
Oh my god.
One down. Entry team, this is Doc. Proceed with your mission.
Ready for court. Please.
Entry team to Talk. Suspect is down, but breathing. Talk to entry team. Make them stable and proceed with mission.
We got a civilian. Got them all zipped up.
Talk to
Oh
lead.
my
Notifying
god.
trailers.
Entry team to talk. Civilian good to go.
Talk to element. Great work. Keep going. Cuffs are on. This is Talk. Proceed with your mission. Element, turn around. Don't get up. Tech is secure. Talk here. Secure it and keep going.
Police! Show me your hands!
Element to Talk. We have an individual in custody.
There you go.
Talk
All
to
done.
Element. Continue with objective.
Hello. Ah!
This is Talk. Great work. Entry team.
Suspect is
Talk
down.
reporting. Make them stable.
Oh, you can hear the others? Wait. Wait. I'm sorry. Discord. Oh dear. Okay, do you hear them now?
Element. This
Thank
is
you for letting me know, love.
Keep moving.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I immediately lost you. Yes, it's the G36.
Chem light out.
They don't have the K or anything.
Cam light out.
I swear you're
Police,
just right.
don't move! Hands in the air! Put your hands
Hey,
I
man.
almost shot you,
Yeah.
man.
back off! Put your
Uh,
hands where I can
were you
see
detained?
them.
That one person? Hurry up. Oh yeah, we're in there.
For your own
I,
safety.
the dude I shot.
Okay, thank you, love.
Goddamn place up. Doc, civilian is good to go.
How are you
Fine.
doing
Talk to
today,
lead.
love?
We're ready.
Watch that door.
Wait, what is the key again to see the camera?
T.
Oh, T. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flip me off.
I secured the cache.
Weapon on site.
Talk.
Yeah.
Roger.
Hey, these for me. I bought these top
Aww. You're feeling bad? I'm
keys. Yeah,
sorry.
I just like the gun overall.
We got a suspect here ready for escort.
It's a good gun.
Talk to entry team. Roger. Trailers inbound.
Element to talk. Weapon safe.
Trust me, this is the smart thing to do.
Oh, did we get the live feed?
Suspect ready to go. Talk. Suspect secure.
Entry team to talk. One down.
Lead, this is Talk.
Yes. Okay, we did.
Suspect cuffed and secure.
We still have enemies about.
Oh my god.
There's still civilians too.
Helicopter approaching your location. Stay ready.
Any enemies
Chopper
there?
find anything? Hello? Don't shoot me. I'll shoot you. I'll kill you.
Oh, it just
Wow.
goes. Oh, okay. Just goes
That
around,
was
I
like-
guess.
I'm joking right now. After that, I see you.
Yeah, it just goes around.
There's a staircase. Laptop
Hmm.
Intel. It's they were doing a live stream. They were streaming. And then
Your area. Eyes off.
we swapped
Hey,
them.
we're streaming.
Oh, can't go that. Oh, no, that's 28 megabytes per second.
That one's rough.
For
That
me,
one's
at
rough
least.
when we try and do like non-lethal. It's hard.
Yeah. Listen, the fact that you just like go up the stairs and just get lit up no matter which floor you're on.
Yeah, it's like I want to kill them. See, this is why police budget needs to upgrade so SWAT can have fucking NVGs.
Oh, night visions. Oh, yeah.
I think it just said that you were like speaking in the game for a second.
Night vision goggles. I don't know, the dark maps in this one, I like it. Especially when you got quad knocks.
Oh yeah, the white quad nods.
Right.
Just
Yeah.
you can't choose anything else. Green is just hard for me to see.
When someone said pick white phosphorus, you'll never go back, I was like, okay. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, same.
We're getting turned around.
Yeah, excuse me.
Oh, excuse you.
Oh my god, what else are we trying to find?
Oh, I thought you did a big stretch. I was like,
find
what
them.
happened?
Snizzed.
Sneeze. Oh, bless you.
Key card. I found a key card.
Key card.
Hmm.
E-bog.
A key card.
E-bog. E.
Epa.
Hands up, don't move!
E.
E.
Did we bring order?
Firing at the helicopter. You're hitting it wrong.
Bruh.
All right. We
Firing
brought
at
order
the
to
helicopter,
Just
crazy.
need to find the civilians.
What else do
That's
we
it.
find? Oh, okay. We're only finding civilians. I
Sorry.
see.
I never recovered from a level on Creek.
That's fair.
I see a giant mechanical bird, I shoot it.
The giant enemy spider.
Entry team to talk.
We've got a bird over here.
Bird!
Burn.
Who's that? Who's that? I should be getting scared. I'll shoot you.
Turn around and stay still.
Please tell me this is the guy.
Police, hands up!
Can I give just a tiny tip? Is it about
This
the
is
guns or is it about...
Civilians standing by for trailers. Talk to entry team. Trailers.
Oh, I was about to say we
Okay.
gotta report all the ones already tied up.
Oh, wait, did we get?
Where are you?
Oh no, there's still some more civilians. Freaking-
We still can't
Provided.
find them.
No, about tactic. Oh, okay.
Please, please, let this be the last guy. Get on the ground, you fiend!
Yes.
Turn around.
Yeah, I like the Beretta. It's a good one.
Dude. Okay.
I use it this, I'll use it in Tactical Assault VR, and
Entry team to talk. Civilians standing by for trailers.
I think it was an
That is-
Insurgency Sandstorm and I was fun to use.
Trailers incoming. Proceed. with
Nice.
talk. Talk to
There's
lead.
still another.
Continue with your mission.
oh, we didn't
However
report
many.
this
no
guy, the
way.
DOA. Oh, Set found one.
Cuffed and ready.
Okay, good.
Element to talk.
see.
Talk to element.
Let it
That
be
was
the
it. Oh
last
my
one.
God.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
See?
Nice.
Mm.
Come
Oh
on, I
my
thought we did
god.
good.
Are we
Come
gonna
on.
get better? Oh my god,
Alright.
V! Nice!
What'd we miss?
Nice.
Uh,
Okay.
Nobody died. No, we got everything. Why didn't we get an A?
yeah, I might. Huh.
The only way to get S is if we did non-lethal.
Yeah. Like no one died.
Oh, when going upstairs. Yeah, yeah.
It's really
I know
kicking
that.
off out there.
When we were doing New America, I was doing that where I would like look up on stairs. Cause why didn't we get A? Because oh, okay.
I'm
They
gonna
shoot
get my
spine?
coffee.
Yeah. They might miss. I got scoliosis.
Espresso. Okay.
Hunger strike. Big stick. Oh my gosh, Narco. No, Lawmaker. I like Lawmaker. Big old house.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
my god!
My God.
Dropping a light.
Hey, I'm drinking my espresso.
Chem light out.
Let me
Hell
get a sip.
yeah.
Dropping a light.
No,
Light
I got it
No.
all. I drank it
Chem
all.
light out.
My bad.
Chem light. Dropping a light.
Oh, damn!
Why are you making it rain chem lights on me?
Cam light up. Light stick out.
Oh, now they have this place closed off. Oh, why the 9 bangs? What? So how are you injured? We're not even in. Fat. Yes. ABT.
I'm ready.
Last time I remember outside of Los Sueños police station, there's a riot. There's. Yep.
Yeah,
still
there's
is.
still a riot. Yeah.
Let's start a riot. They listed the 3 days grace one time.
Riot!
We're like, yeah, we should. I'm mad.
Oh, somebody's calling. Oh, there.
Are people rioting? Oh. Pop off. No. No.
Whoop. Spam calls.
We're playing 3 days grace. We're playing Disturb.
Creed.
Oh no, don't play Creed. I'll go politely violent. I'm like, please!
Should have been dead on a Sunday morning, back in my head.
What's wrong, sir? They started playing Creed. My god, barricade the doors.
I still can't get over how, with Hunter, like, everything was stolen from his car but his 3 Creed CDs. Making a statement with that one.
They're like taking, they're like, no, I can't do it.
It just doesn't feel right.
Get it. You got this.
Can you take me higher to a place where I am near?
Oh gosh, the OG version. Oh my gosh, this is really
Why?
blurry.
There we go.
Ready.
Or not.
Or?
Talk to element. Suspects are refusing to negotiate. You are clear to move in.
Refusing to negotiate. Okay.
Okay.
I've got about 5 mags of persuasion. Oh. Sad, I'm stuck in the lockpick.
I meant to. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. Get on the ground.
He's wearing an apron.
It's blue.
It's blue, blue,
Cuffed and ready. Lead to talk.
blue.
Wait, but we're the boys in blue. What?
Trailer's on the way.
Boys are back in
Civilian
town.
restrained and ready for transport.
Entry team, this is Talk. Trailers notified.
The ball.
This
Whoa.
for blue mage.
A blue mage.
Dumb.
Get wrecked.
This is Talk. Continue with your
I
mission.
thought I put a
Talk. Got a suspect down.
Talk to lead. Notifying
laser
medical.
on this one.
This just in, Sharky.
Ready
Remember,
for
I'm a
court.
mediocre healer.
Uh-huh.
Well.
Apparently so.
They're just going around.
Hi, dragon.
Oh my god, there's nothing here.
Door locked, huh? Wise guy, huh? Open that door. Oh, there's no one here.
Open the
Just went
door.
outside. Really tried to keep the DORE closed on me.
The what?
The door.
No more.
Oh no, I don't do that because I think
Be
bots know how to do that.
Suspects are holding civilians.
Give me
yeah.
one second.
Civilians prisoners.
No!
Civilians have been taken hostage.
Some like to be weird about it too,
I
even though they're bots.
No, don't take the ads from this time.
I got the power of the bad pig. You can't hit me.
This is Talk.
Tried. Fucking AoE is a bit bigger than I think it is.
No, that's fine. We
AoE
did it for long enough.
Civilian
Okay,
restraint.
someone's been doing here.
Not me to stop that.
You're gonna be okay.
Suspect ready for a
Ha
trip
ha
downtown.
ha
Just
ha.
kept pulling. I was just like, no.
Talk.
If
Civilian is
people
good to
do
go.
that, let
Comply.
them hold it.
Talk here.
Yeah.
Send them our
At
way.
least for a certain amount of time.
Element.
And then you can take it.
Suspect cuffed and secure.
Let them
Talk
get
For your own safety.
close
Notifying medical.
to knocking out.
Okay, we got it.
Shields.
Talk here.
City is ready.
Notifying trailers.
Oh my god.
Turn him around.
Oh my god. Oh hey.
Jane with the 3 months. Thank you. Thank you
Holy
for the 3 months.
Jane.
Thank you for the continued support.
Oh hey man. Oh hey. Clear.
This is why I don't like mansions. Imagine like, where are my keys? Which room did I leave it in?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, yeah.
Notifying Thames.
Which floor is it on? The 3rd floor?
shit.
1st floor?
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Why do you
gosh,
have to
the color-
do that crazy?
The color in this. Oh.
Stand down. Repeat. Stand down. Lead to Talk. They're down.
What the fuck happened?
up and good to go.
I
not
thought
letting
it
me.
just lit up that other person, the civilian, right there.
Could be-
But no, she got
It's
the
not
other guy pretty
letting me.
well.
Civilian is ready.
If you find the safe
Entry team to Talk.
room,
Lead. This is Talk.
Okay, active
Trailers
panic room and
inbound.
rescue all the civilians now.
Oh, no more enemies? Nice. Just have to find a panic
This guy got hit
room.
with paralysis. Holy moly!
what happened?
What?
Pipe train.
Okay, I found a panic room.
Yes, oh God, thank you.
Hype that.
Please
Get
help
hyped.
us. I've got my children in here.
Okay.
Police, get down!
Nice.
Okay, we just have to find civilians. Civvies.
Like that.
Oh. Nice. I
Oh.
guess. Got everything.
Wow. Okay.
Just gonna get evidences.
Oh, yeah. So there's like a gun. There's a couple guns missing or evidence.
Yeah.
LSPD, don't move!
Yeah, look at him. He looks. He put apparel. Wait. Oh, never mind. He's like ragdoll. No, he looks funny on my screen.
Sorry, I didn't pick anyone.
Be in the third floor?
Oh, like clean up their guns and stuff.
Oh, it's over. Oh, that was where the thing was at.
I didn't get to shoot anyone. God damn.
Neither did I.
Dang.
Holy moly! Just team is efficient.
Except just killing
I killed 2
anyone.
hostages.
Damn.
They got a hostage. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
Not
Oh,
anymore.
you're dead.
Let. Thank you for gifting a sub to Saint Taco. Oh my god, there's a sweet bat.
Oh yeah, I don't have my accessories yet sorted.
Hands in the air!
Don't make me do it. I'll support you. I'll do it more.
You'd be considerate bats. Wow.
Lead to talk. Talk to entry team.
Oh, found
Nice.
it. Whoever found it.
Oh, I got it. Okay,
Nice.
there we go. I got it. It was a dude next to the
Woo.
chandelier that was on the ground.
Oh. Damn.
Oh, damn. Hey. Crazy.
Hey.
Hey. Hey.
I might go and grab some of the cone stuff in a bit. Actually, I'll probably do that now quickly when I've got the chance to.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
More.
Let me do this real quick.
Flex with this.
Yeah, for the time being. This gear.
Tickle.
Oh, that's- okay. Okay, so it has to be the other ones.
All right, now we gotta do a hard one.
The veterans.
I was looking at that one. I was thinking of Carriers of the Vine.
Mm.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Let's go.
All the
Cultists.
No, said no.
No,
Oh, don't leave me.
Why you leave us?
Thank you, Saint. Thank you, thank you. Wait, it only says there's 2 people here.
Oh.
It says to ready up, there's only 2.
yeah.
Is that bit better?
Oh, but when I pull up the tech thing, it says Nachi's here, Billion's here.
Yeah.
What the heck happened?
The game, it's crashed.
Who's missing? Who are we missing?
Ow.
Who are we
Set
missing?
left. Wait, let me check.
No.
Maybe sets Wi-Fi.
Set Wi-Fi die? No. Not the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi of the Wi-Fi. Go on.
Damn it. It's stuck in my head.
It gets stuck in your head.
Wi-Fi's gone.
No.
Where did it go?
Set. Gone. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh.
Yeah, because it still said the set was loaded into ready or not as well.
Yeah.
So I was like, Wi-Fi gone. I was like, where did it go?
Gone.
Where did it go?
Okay.
Welcome back, Set.
Oh my god, Set!
I'm gonna do Wordle while we wait.
You said super hydrate? I got you.
Wordle!
Hydrate before you dihydrate.
A little both.
Oh my god. Okay. Ooh, okay.
Oh, wait, I forgot you changed the song.
No! Crazy. What? Wordle time. Okay.
Wordle. Is that the evolved form of Squirtle? Wordle?
Instead of shooting water, it shoots you like a word search at you.
Spits out like physical words.
Yeah.
Like, ah, it hurts.
It's like bam, kapow.
Onomatopoeias at you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nachi, you gotta fucking hydrate, or else I'm gonna throw you like the 1-foot-1 football you are. You have 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you have the Zoro redeem too.
Yeah, it has the Zoro redeem automatically activated. I don't have the rock on hand emote, so I'm like, oh man. If I had it, it would have been that. So while I'm drinking, it's like just have a rock on hand sign.
The fact that it looks like you're chugging like hot tea, I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah. It's not. Thankfully, it's not hot. Oh my god.
Let's go respectfully mortar
Yeah.
Respectfully.
some
Respectfully.
crazy people.
Respectfully.
Crazy.
Respectfully.
Respectfully, I'm gonna murder you.
Gonna give me some respect.
What are we gonna mortar?
What are we gonna murder you?
Wow, I cannot believe you would murder me.
Wow, that is crazy.
Don't know.
Entry team,
Drink.
this is Talk. Suspects have taken
Well,
refuge in the
fuck.
area and are refusing to cooperate. Move in, remember your ROE, and secure the area.
You son.
Just stink.
You like how deadpan I just said that? Just stinky.
Was holding it during the ride here? Oh, God. How long was the ride?
What?
Also, ew. Specifically for here? Ugh.
Down on your knees, bitch.
Right.
Oh gosh.
I'm not saying please anymore.
Talk here.
Oh, hi.
Great work, entry team.
I ain't ask.
Also,
Yeah,
on the
behind
right,
you.
can't you just put down a window a bit?
Entry team, this is Talk. Excellent work. Don't stop now.
No, I'm not saving you. I'll kill you.
Happily.
You pull out a gun, I'll kill you.
Got him.
Suspect is down.
2v1.
Proceed with mission. Talk.
Let's go
Talk
with
to
the
entry
front and
team.
back of your head.
Continue mission.
Got him.
God, I always shoot these shrub things because they're like human shaped.
Gotta make sure.
A nice shrubbery.
Entry team to Talk. Suspect is incapacitated.
Plant people, they're watching me.
Bagging it up. Element, this is Talk.
Going up against the nice who say knee.
That me. Stop that. Where are you?
Oh, duh.
No.
Oh.
Turkey's getting eepy, so she go pretty high.
Okay.
Okay. Oh my.
You ladies know I can hear you, right? I hear you trying to shush the other one.
These actions reflect on our
Oh.
entire force. Before engaging.
I'm sorry. I thought it
me.
was an
Notifying
enemy.
medical.
You better put that.
Talk to entry team.
God.
Proceed with mission.
I gave you a chance, lady.
Talk to element. Continue with your mission.
Don't
AK.
look at me, lady.
You're like detaining her, and then she's like, "No." You're like, "Shh."
Don't run.
Yeah, the way he like does the laugh. Oh.
They shoot you like,
Oh my god.
ouch,
Ouch! Ouch!
Already
You just look at
cleared
the next
this
lady.
one.
It's your fault.
I just snaps back and forth to how what his emotion is.
Good.
Oh, I got her.
How dare you?
Well,
Damn.
Oh, what's it called?
Sorry, Nick. Get well soon.
Higher up.
Recovery.
I'm at the church. Clearing that.
Element, this is Talk. You are clear to proceed.
Oh, the thing at the very back.
Watch the right.
Put your hands up now.
I
Where'd you get it?
No, I
Oh
can't get
my
a feed on her.
god.
So I was like, I'm just gonna take cover.
It's bish.
Oh, oh yeah, I don't know where that's coming from.
So I was like, we'll get her
Oh my god, it's sad.
on the way out.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't want to do that. I wanted to be sneaky. I didn't want to be like, all right.
What?
Give up.
What's the name?
Oh.
Trailer standing
Fuck
by.
you,
Tony.
What's your name?
Oh, watch it, watch it.
Ezekiel.
Fuck you, Ezekiel.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, I got her. God damn, she hurt me.
Element to talk.
Oh my god.
Tag him and keep moving.
Oh, oh, oh.
I'll save you.
Ooh. He like, oh my god, you're level 47 minor. Sheesh. Getting them rocks.
Oh. I accidentally tried to shoot and it dinged in the back of your head. My face was a flashbang.
Minor.
A minor.
Oh.
Minor.
Wait, do you have anti-flash goggles on? Watch out! I told you I was gonna save you.
Entry team to talk. We have one dead suspect here. Doc Element.
Oh my god! Oh! Don't go through that door. She's got a gun.
Oh my god.
It's the one of the ladies we need.
Where is he?
You better put that thing down. I will mess you up with this thing. Where are you going? You better get
Where?
your ass on.
I think
Where?
both of them are through that door.
Ow! Oh my god. That got me.
See, now that I've been watching Hell's Kitchen, there's apparently a Hell's Kitchen reference skillet for culinarian. It's called Hell's Kitchen.
That's amazing.
Oh yeah. Right. Not yet. Incapacitated or?
I see that.
Oh no! Even said no.
Oh.
What? There's one outside. Be careful.
Oh my gosh, you didn't give me a smooch.
Oh.
I have one officer down, unresponsive.
The Halloween.
Gotta do it now.
Hi, Chloe. Halloween.
Oh, one
Ooh,
shot.
damn. That is crazy.
Double tap.
Down and alive. Entry team, this is Todd. EMTs and trailers are standing by.
Okay, good. Now they won't come back as a zombie.
Less one, like minus 100. That's okay.
Doing some stuff.
Yeah, minus 100 because they killed 3 officers. But if you
It's
shoot
okay.
them,
It's okay.
Oh, bad.
It's gonna be fine.
I think I'm the only one left.
It's gonna be fine.
Would have been here earlier, but I was doing
Yeah,
the
this is
VR.
gonna be a bad one.
You're doing a VR? Ooh.
I could have sweeped it, but.
Yes, yes, yes. Send them to me, Chloe. Send them to me.
Definitely screaming
Civilian killed, failed to report a downed officer, unauthorized. That's all I see.
Well, that could have gone better.
It could, but it didn't.
They're good. I'm better.
Can't let you do that, Fox.
What if we hit like the submit and it just did that sound effect? How do we do? All right, Ides of March. I'm gonna blow up.
Trying to remember which one. That
Veterans.
is. Oh, okay.
Good luck
So
out
watch the.
there.
Thank you. I shall be back later with resources.
Oh God! Fucking hurt my eyes.
Check the DMs. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. That is spicy. Hey. Hey. Damn.
Damn.
Damn. That is. Oh my god. That's so. Oh. Nice one, Chloe.
Yeah.
Nice one. Nice one. I'm so proud of you.
I'm so happy now that I've got auto stealth when doing gathering stuff. Always having the pop stealth was annoying, and then now that I've got it automatically
Oh
equipped
my
every time I
god.
switch it.
It's just raining. Crazy raining. Oh my god. Scary.
More.
Right, Ben Swallow.
More.
More.
Get glued.
Stuff is on sale. Let's see what we got.
Did you actually check that there's like that t-shirt that you wanted goes on sale?
Oh, dude, I wish. Nice.
Oh my god. That is fucking wow.
I think.
Crazy rain. How are the games? The game's good. It's good. I died on Minecraft, so I'm like, I'll just do that later. I'm so lazy. I'm so lazy to get my stuff.
Let's
why
do
that's-
this.
When you started singing that, I thought you were gonna go.
Oh my god, class.
That's not how that goes, silly.
Just being so silly.
So silly. How dare you?
Very
Silliness? Here? Wow.
And
Should
this
I
is how
loud?
Now we all must be cynical.
That's right.
must be uptight.
It's time.
Dock to entry team. Suspects are heavily barricaded and planted traps in multiple areas on site. Make entry, exercise extreme caution.
Shut up in me, not him.
Oh, okay, this one. Okay.
Yep. Check the doors. Don't stand near me.
Oh, this one, yeah. Lots of bombs. Damn!
No. I ain't
Bombing
taking
already.
no chances. If I see you with the gun, I'm shooting. Respectfully.
I'm gonna fill you with holes.
Ah, I see that.
Someone's shooting my ass. Die, die.
Is there a way to like effectively deal with the?
Yes. Oh,
The tripwires?
there's a bomb. There's a bomb. Also, it's clear you don't have to.
Yeah, I can't get into this one.
You just peek it and then you cut the wires. If you don't fully open it, if you I think close to the edge of the door, you can peek it open.
Oh my god, that is fucking loud. Holy shit. No, boss! Oh.
So another time, I can like have a hard time pushing it open,
Yeah.
This one time,
Yeah.
I barely tap it, and it like flings right open, and I blow up when I'm trying to like get close to it.
Oh my god, my dog is shivering. No, Nucky. Oh my god.
I can only just shake my head right now.
There was a loud thunder because there's a typhoon here in the Philippines. That's why. And because of the
Oh
thunder,
my
my
god.
dog is
I was
like
about to say,
scared as fuck.
I was about to say
Yeah,
that's a weird firework name. I
doggy.
was like, oh wait,
There's a
That's a weird
typhoon.
firework.
It's
there's a
it's
fireworks called
one
a
of the
typhoon.
strongest too.
Oh my gosh. You better be okay.
Hey,
Yeah,
this
I'm
is a
okay.
legit
I just
network.
lost power earlier. I got back, but yeah, I
Really, I
experienced
thought
it.
it was too
Oh
hot.
no, Gee, I'm sorry. Oh no.
But that's right, because like
Oh, she's
when I was getting ready to stream, like
vibrating.
I popped open and I was like, no, not you stream crashed.
Yeah, I lost power for like 3 seconds. And I had to hurry back and
The stream was trying to say that just because you joined Batsy, went fuck this shit I'm out.
Our coverage continues on what we now believe is a violent
oh my god. Oh no, Gee. Oh. Sorry.
Just an hour ago, a
I'm
volley of
sorry. We
gunfire
can't
rang
do
out,
anything
killing
about
at
the
least 20
thunder.
many others.
Aw.
And a legendary pistol, which we received just moments ago.
Oh, my baby dog. Oh, it's so good.
My cats hate the lawn mowing. People that come through, they get so scared.
Yeah. I'm scared of the thunder right now. She's just like, oh,
Civilian is cuffed and good to go.
it's gonna be fine.
Entry team to talk.
What's happening to my thing?
Element, this is talk.
Fine.
Move on.
Aw.
Lead to talk. Suspect is down. Suspect ready to go. Talk here. Notifying medical.
Notifying medical.
Two more. veins.
Notify medical.
Oh, bombs. Come on.
Disabling the device.
There you go. Are there any more?
Entry team to talk. Suspect down. In need of temps.
Entry
There
team,
you
this
go.
is talk.
All done.
Stabilize them and we'll send EMTs.
Show us the
Oh my god, I almost shot you, bro.
Get down slowly. I'm not gonna hurt anyone. You're okay.
Need more bomb ash. Okay.
It's gonna be fine.
They don't care anymore. Lead to talk. Civilian is secured.
Talks to lead. Trailers inbound.
Oh shit. That is
That would have been so funny, Seth. What are you gonna do? Shoot me? Boom.
Just reminds me of that one that I saw. It was like the funny thing is like someone holding like a Nerf gun up to his kid, and his kid just turns to him and goes, "Shoot me!"
Don't run.
Talk reporting. Great work, entry team. Keep it up.
It was bomb ash again.
So you know where Horizon is?
Oh,
Bitch!
it's
Copperbell Mines.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go outside of it where all those bombs and stuff are.
Is this for your own
I don't know. I don't remember the place.
Civilian is ready. Civilian good to go.
Lead, this is talk. Trailers notified.
Okay, it will close. You had to say it in Tagalog. Oh my god. Crazy.
I think I know what they want. Okay. Lead to talk. Suspect is down. Requesting Thames. Suspect ready to go.
Talk to lead. Notifying Thames.
Notifying
You heard anywhere? Good to go.
Oh,
Get my
okay.
wife to safety. One down.
No!
Proceed with mission.
He dead.
I'm innocent. Oh, likely story.
A likely story. Almost got him.
My game crashed.
Oh no.
Oh no.
No!
It went so long this time.
No! No!
Batch was like, oh, oh!
Literally.
No, it's gonna be fine.
Okay, I will relaunch it. God damn, I didn't think it would be crashing this time, even in safe mode.
Oh, stop crying.
This game's like, you're having too much fun. Stop it.
You can't do that.
You can't do that.
This is a serious game. You better take it seriously.
You're supposed to yell at your friends because they're not following procedures.
Wow.
Yeah, I was gonna say we did quite a lot of missions before it actually crashed.
Yeet.
Yeet.
We should probably check see how much. Oh, I have enough fire and water gems. I should be able to make this stuff. Yeah. Wait, is it fire or is that earth? Oh, it's earth. Never mind, that's not fire, it's earth. It's earth and ice gems.
Uh-oh. You silly.
Oh.
Uh-oh, I'm in the silly room. Uh-oh, I got too silly again, guys.
Uh-oh.
You have that now.
Oh my god. It says Nachi's offline.
What?
Who was I even playing with? Who are you?
Who was it? I joined.
Twin sibling, Darktree.
There's a twin? Since when did I have a twin?
Evil twin.
Oh.
What?
I'm in. Oh, this one. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, my dog is still so clean. Aww.
Voice waiting.
Oh.
I'm ready.
Ready to.
Ready to liberate.
Sweet liberty!
We thought of the same thing.
Democracy
We're not
flows
addicted
through
to
us.
hell divers, I swear.
Oh, I'm hella invested.
Very invested.
See, the last stream I just hit 800 hours. I was like, yeah.
Hey, Matthew, play this game a lot. Sheesh.
Damn it. Guess I'll just start over.
Alright, do it again.
Oh my god.
Alright, I'll just delete all the data.
Oh, no, you won't. Cry.
Yeah, you're right.
Factory reset your progress. It's like, I think if that ever happened to me on a game like that, I think I'd just refund the game if I could. Like, no, I'm never playing this game again. Here, you take it off my hands. I don't want it anymore.
Because I was looking at on PC, and I was like, wait, does it have save progression? Nope.
No.
So I was like,
ah. Oh man.
Like, I really don't want to start over. I really don't.
No.
I was like, you know what? That's a good thing, because then I can do more stuff with my PC while I'm playing on PS5 without the fear of it like overloading.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, that's as much as I'm doing for now.
Oh, it looks great.
Yeah.
It's all coming together.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Oh
yeah.
It's all coming together.
They paid.
Hey, Peter.
Element, this is Talk. Suspects are
Oh
refusing to
my.
negotiate. You are clear to move in.
Hi Ken. Hello, hello. Good morning.
Let's
How are
crash
you?
this fucking party.
Let's get the sons of bitches.
It's time.
We got company.
This is procedure. Everything's quiet here.
Holy shit.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
All I could think about was Alice like, hey, you know you're shining, right?
You are clear to proceed.
I thought he was still alive.
Got shot at by this guy and then freaking
Okay.
saw me in the door just like
Ah!
right in the,
The
stomach.
butterfly.
It's a good thing I'm still alive.
Craves blood.
Here, do not get in our way. You're in safe hands.
They're reaching, get him!
Enjoying my sick leave? Okay, yeah, no worries. Feel free to lurk. Thank you, thank you. I hope you enjoy your leave.
He's like, his orange juice in his hand just got shot.
Crazy.
Everywhere.
Are you shot? No, worse!
My can is just like flying out of my hand.
Yeah.
Now it's personal.
Sure.
Oh, it's a CV. It's a CV.
Like, no, like show me your bottle, show me your water bottle, and I'm gonna shoot you.
Continue with your mission.
I'm sorry.
Talk reporting. Notifying trailers.
Oh my god.
Corner.
Yippee. Yippee.
Get out of there!
He's woman. CV will run out.
Wyman. Where?
He ran out. The wind.
Entry team to talk. We have a dead suspect here. Lead, this is talk. Proceed with mission.
Dang.
Oh, door locked, huh? Don't worry about that. Oh, never mind. I don't have the battering ram anymore.
Door stuck, bro. Door stuck.
Door stuck. Door stuck.
Door stuck. Door stuck. Camera. Door stuck.
Kicked it a lot and still didn't open. Crazy.
You're like the G36 Touchpad. Yes, I do. I love the G36.
It's a real good series of guns.
Nothing.
That's one of the guys. Yes. This fucker almost killed me. I had to like run away.
Talk to lead. Secure the area and we'll send forensics in.
Talk to lead.
Okay, there's. Okay, the computer was founded. There's just civilians in there bring a little chaos.
You're okay.
So it means we've still got some worms scurrying around the dirt.
Some worms. Gotta feed them to the birds.
This is talk.
Sorry.
We're ready for him.
Kill him dead. I don't think it was Camp Tranquil. I think it was the other one.
I don't want.
Holy shit. That's a lot.
Gosh, sometimes I get lost in these freaking maps.
Come out now! LSPD, come out! Come out with your hands up! Come out and get down! Police, come out! Get out of there now!
Like this is
Come
a
out
fool.
now! LSPD, come out! Stay away from me!
Oh yeah, there's the people in the back.
Come out with your hands up! LSPD, don't move!
You're okay.
Okay, got him.
Good to go. Civvy is ready.
Talk report. Trailers
We got a
incoming.
suspect here in need of medical attention.
Talk
Ready
to
for
entry
court.
team. Notifying Tim.
What? He didn't even draw his gun.
What?
Police, don't move! To your knees, down to the ground! Move! Police, hands up!
Not sure left. There's someone running around with a gun.
Hands up! Don't
Am I left?
Yeah.
Element to talk. Civilian standing by for trailers.
They would be here right now.
Beauty. Keep them coming.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because I died over there going downstairs.
Oh, I see him.
Entry team.
Okay.
Continue mission.
Oh, that guy be zooming. Oh my god, he shot you like in the elbow.
The fuck?
Son.
Fucking fish.
Fish.
You ain't gonna catch me lacking.
Ow, what the fuck?
I have good aim.
You do.
Cocky little freak.
We have one dead suspect here. Talk to entry.
Cocky little freak.
Notifying medical.
Get down and put your hands
Element to
up!
talk. Suspect is bleeding out. Needs medical aid. Lay down. We'll take them out.
Bro, it jumped. Anyway.
Oh, we
Yeah,
like
you
over here.
Gotta go to the basement. And then you're gonna turn right and go down the stairs.
Talk here.
Got two of them.
Yep,
There you are.
I'm just taking a nap.
Down. Notify trailers.
All right.
Entry team. This
I fell down
Oh
the
my
stairs.
god.
I just need to sleep on these steps. Hey,
That's
you.
narcolepsy kicked in.
Oh!
turn around slowly.
Just leave me here. I'm sleeping.
I'm going to hang you, Mimi.
Element.
I'll go sleep now. Good night.
We have a
I'm gonna take a nap. I'm gonna take a nap right here. Okay,
Continue
good
with
night.
objective.
Good night.
Suspect is down for breathing.
Talk
Zipped
to
up and good
element.
to go.
EMTs and trailers are standing by.
Okay. We get everything in here.
Contact down.
This is Talk. Proceed with mission.
Oh.
Lead to Talk.
Damn.
Down and alive. Talk to lead. Make them stable and proceed with mission.
What was that?
Police, get down!
Oh, yep. That was all of them. Just need the civilians.
Element to Talk. Collecting. Talk reporting. Forensics is standing by.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Kyle Gods. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Don't run!
The fuck?
Nothing much to this room.
That's right. It's okay.
Get down slowly!
Hey, how's it go? Oh.
Hey, welcome to another Minecraft stream.
I'm playing Red or no. It's the best guns to use. It depends on your build. To be honest, I like the battle rifle.
Hello, you want to do another Minecraft Let's Play?
Your
I want
parents'
to
credit card.
shirt so you can steal your pants' credit card.
Ain't much down here.
I'm missing.
Whoa, they hit the Pentagon! They hit the Pentagon, Lyle!
Yeah, it's just the civilians.
Put your hands up now!
Doesn't matter which channel.
Doesn't matter what channel.
I'm using Estes, so I'm using RE9 Vacuum rifle. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good combination.
Oh.
Damn! Nice pose.
Yeah, just sleeping on the steps.
Nice pose right there.
I swear there's more people in the back over here.
Got folded. It was bad. Oh.
Police, hands up! LSPD, don't move!
Where is he? I hear you.
Either you're running, ready or not, you don't.
Hands up!
You just walk faster.
LSPD, get down!
To lower your gun.
Yeah.
Hands in the air! Police, show me your hands!
Oh.
Is it down
Do not
here?
move! LSPD, don't move!
Oh, I found a civilian on the
Take it easy. We're getting you out.
movie theater.
Civilian ready to go.
Do these have to be?
Entry team to Talk. Civilian ready for transport.
Lead, this is Talk.
Still not all of them.
Continue with objectives.
Okay. Gonna find them more.
Oh, that's where this led to. Okay.
God, I'm
I'm
craving
gonna find
cottage cheese
inside
really
the
bad.
house.
I want more.
Cheese!
You, what are you doing?
Oh my god! She's
I want
just
some cottage
looking at you.
Get on the
Crazy.
ground.
Stay down and turn around.
Okay.
There. Oh, no.
Crazy.
Talk.
Oh, there we go.
Talk to lead.
Oh, time to
Trailers are
clean.
ready.
Do you like put seasoning on your cottage cheese or just as is?
What kind of seasoning would you put on it?
I put nature seasoning and a bit of natural salt on it. I just stir it around.
I would just eat it as it is.
Yum.
A little bit of salt.
If you put nature seasoning on it, oh my goodness, it changes things.
I got the fat-free one, so I was like, oh my god, 13 grams of protein. Oh my god.
What brand do you get?
Oh my god.
I have to look at the last one I got. I just picked one. And I was like, give me. think it was just a Kroger brand one.
Because I get one that like is called like Knudsen or something. Like KNUDSEN.
I'll have to look at what they have.
Looks like it's about it.
Police, hands up!
No way.
Lead, this is Talk. Nice work, entry team. First round's on me tonight.
Hey, he sounded happy.
Hey.
Short objectives. Stuff reported. Missed one evidence.
Dang it. Wait, for me it says 29 out of 29.
Oh, look at the soft objectives reported.
Oh, we forgot to
Wait, did you find the
something?
tapes?
Oh no.
You found
Oh.
the basement photos. There's like tapes or something, I think.
I was trying to look for that. I was like, I can't find anything there, so I just left.
That's totally okay.
Yeah,
We still passed. He was still happy with us.
Yeah.
So even if he gets mad, it's like, shut up.
Shut the
up.
Gosh, what that dude in the dark room, and I just like point blank shot in the chest felt cinematic.
That sucks for them.
I had the donut.
We could probably do one more.
Just one.
Just one more. Yeah. I'm also gonna do one more.
Good one to leave off. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? We could do Neon Tomb, which is the nightclub. We could do... I'm thinking Narcos or All Gods Burn.
All this burn was the bank, right?
Yes.
Ooh. Yeah, I could do that one, I guess.
I guess not a lot of people open the vault to get the achievement.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You
I
gotta
think it had a
open it.
high or a low rate.
Probably because you had to do a lot of stuff to get it to open and stuff. It took us
Yep.
quite a bit to do it.
Yep. You gotta find this computer, and then you gotta find the key card, and you gotta find the password. And...
Yeah.
Set.
I'm ready.
Wait, I need my hot water.
Oh no.
Hot water.
No, I just spilled it all over myself.
Oh
no. It was mid pouring too.
Take the cup out while the water's pouring. It's like, I got it, I got it.
Ow, 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 ow. What kind of tea is that? Tea?
Ugh.
This is just water. Hot water.
You're drinking hot water?
Yeah.
No, nothing.
Never mind.
Negotiations
have a good day.
falling apart. Move to secure the premises. Suspects are highly volatile.
It's time.
We have rules outlined for a
Oops. I might have accidentally shot the hostage. And
he walked right in front of my gunfire. Oh wait. Oh no, this seemed like a bad dude.
It's like they have a hostage, and I tried to shoot the guy behind him, and it domed the civilian.
Entry team, this is Talk.
Got him.
This is Talk. Be advised, suspects are holding civilian
I was like, oh, I see your hands are full. Here, let me help with that.
This is for your own safety. We'll be fair to you. Entry team to Talk. Entry team to Talk.
Talk to
Civilian is
Element.
secured.
Notifying trailer.
Police, hands up!
Element to Talk. Entry team, this is Talk. Continue mission. Talk reporting. You are clear to proceed.
Get down slowly!
Civilian is cuffed.
Using a chef's knife. Amateur.
Proceed with mission.
We're not gonna hurt you.
What map is that? Is that a DLC? Yes, it's a DLC.
Lead to Talk. Civilians with the
This is...
We're ready. Lead to Talk. Suspect down.
Incapacitated.
Talk here.
Incapacitated.
Trailers are standing by.
Wait. Fucking domed his stupid ass.
Going. Oh my god! It's raining. Okay, I got the key card.
What? Why is the civilian dead if I domed the bad guy?
You see the bad guy had a metal plate in his head. It ricocheted the bullet through his head, off his head into the civilian's head.
Goddamn automatons.
10-4.
10-4.
Just a back door.
Some of you may die.
10-4, entry team. Talk here. Notifying trailer.
Damn.
Police, hands up!
Talk. Suspect is down. Talk to Element. And good to go. Notifying trailers. Element, this is Talk. Trailers incoming.
Well, luckily, as long as one person has the DLC, you can play it.
Suspect ready to go. Entry team, this is
Yeah.
Talk. Notifying trailers.
You kind of says.
This is Talk. Forensics notified. Element to talk. They're down. Secure. Talk to
Suspect
entity.
going anywhere.
Right.
Lead to talk. Down. Lead, this is Talk. Thames notified.
Oh my. Are we... Is the upstairs done already?
Element, this is Talk.
Now, what
We'll
will
have
be
those
the
devices
coffee right
selected
here? That's
shortly.
about to
Keep it
fall
going.
off easily.
Wait, what did we fail? Rescue all civilians? Nope. No.
Well.
I'll tell you what you failed, getting on my level.
Damn.
I have returned it.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I'm
Gotta find a password.
I got the password in the office.
Oh, like the
admin password.
Oh yeah.
The card's like right near where Bat is, I think, up the stairs.
Did not you
Remember
find
being
the
like
card?
a
Oh.
small like, little cubby area.
I picked up something
Can't remember where.
downstairs. I believe it was a card.
It should be right close to where Bats is. Just like if you go, Bats goes up the stairs, and I think it's right ahead
Here we
of
go.
him.
There.
Last two guys.
Nice.
Entry team, this is Talk. Devices will be collected shortly. Forensics notified.
Yeah, I remember being like, right where this like thing was right here.
LSPD!
They're like a little closet that's like ajar, and there's like a janitor like thing in there.
Yeah.
Notifying morgue.
It's not in there.
I'm not sure if there's something you have to do before you actually get it dropped, because I remember you have to do something and then it falls down and the briefcase opens up. And it's got
This
the
is
key card in there
safe.
or something like that.
Hands up!
Talk. Weapons located. Dock to entry team. Roger, entry team.
Police, show me your hands! Don't run! Police, hands up! Get down slowly! We need to barricade everything. Show us the front
Oh,
and back
vault's
of your
open.
hands!
Oh.
Police, don't
You got it then?
Nice.
I think it might also change location. I don't know if the key card has like a set location or if it's like multiple locations.
Get down and put your hands
I don't know.
up! Your
That,
hands right!
didn't know that was like a thing in the other ones. If there's like something to find, it like changes location.
I'll throw your
Yeah.
brains out against the fucking wall if you move! Do not move! LSPD, don't move! More people are waking up!
Nachi, have you opened the vault before?
Oh yeah, I did.
Okay.
Let me know when you save the world! Hands in the air!
Billion, it's for you.
Don't move!
Oh, is it? Gosh, this reminds me of that one scene in The Batman.
You better watch your back!
Yes! Finally! Fuck! I could sell them. I got 2 of them now. I think I can go sell them.
You have your phone on you?
Oh, I did it.
The poison. The poison piss.
Who's the piss? Who's pissing?
That's a retro piss.
Why are you pissing the preppers piss? Why are you taking the piss?
The piss?
What? The presses aren't pissing.
Glad you told me about this flavor of Baja Blast, Billion.
What, the Cabo citrus?
Yeah. It
Good.
tastes so
Oh.
like a big pop.
Oh my gosh. Good, ain't it?
Oh, it does fucking amazing. I loves it. Now, do I love it more than Baja Blast? That's a question.
Wait until you get the other flavors of Baja.
Alright,
What other
I saw
flavors
that.
are
Trying to hit me.
I can't remember some of the, I know one you're not gonna drink or like.
there? Yeah.
I don't even know if they sell it anymore, actually. That's the problem.
Hmm.
Hands up! Don't move! LSPD! Police, get down! Put your hands
It's
up
like
now!
the pina
LSPD,
colada
get
like
down!
one.
Oh.
Oh, we're not gonna get it because we didn't rescue all the civilians, so it's not gonna like be like we did it.
You use soft victory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Talk. Situation is under control, but frankly, today's performance was an embarrassment. Report to center for debrief.
Oh my
Look at
god.
that, I'll give you mine.
Was an
Holy moly.
embarrassment. Crazy.
I thought it was because I closed up a bag of guns. He's like, that's an embarrassment. I'm like, what the fuck did I do? Damn.
Coming at me side.
Damn. Oh my
Oh.
god.
Oh,
Oh my god. Oh.
you got taken like half of our score.
Crazy.
4 civilians are killed.
Yeah.
Not cheat. How could you?
What?
Damn.
What?
Just say you hate them.
Never.
Unbelievable.
Unfucking believable.
I believe they would die from a 9 bang, a 9 flash. Yeah. Oh my god. But boy.
Oh, bubba.
Yeah, this is my last. I'm
Bubba.
passing
I
out,
did it.
so
I did it.
I'm starting to pass out.
I got one. I got a high grade.
Well, thank you for playing.
Nice.
Shortly after you gave me the kiss, I actually
Thanks
got
for
the high grade.
inviting me.
Yippee.
Did Nicola
Yeah,
give you
boy.
inspiration?
she gave me inspiration. She gave me
Big
guidance.
inspired. Yeah.
Had to bend the lizard man over.
Well,
Lizard man.
Lizard.
Lizard, lizard,
This
lizard.
isn't all wrong. 14, he's a big lizard man.
he's big lizard man.
Big
I'm a
lizard.
small cat baby.
Small.
Alright. I will end this.
Yeah. Same.
Well, thank you for playing.
Thank you as well.
It was good to get
Thank
back
you
into
for the
that game
invite.
after
Yeah.
months.
I think that the preparing for more
Oh,
DLC and updates.
Nachi,
You get other
hi.
like things popping up on PlayStation about them doing like developer logs and stuff. Bicep.
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 Evaporated. Evaporated.
Someone just
Okay.
tied balloons to the set. She flew away.
Alright. Have a good night. Thanks for letting me hang out.
Yeah, thanks, Bats.
No problem.
Thank you, man. Thank you,
Bye,
everyone.
bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Hi, Mist. Boy. Good afternoon. I'm like, I don't know how long I've been streaming, but god damn, there's a multiple. I lost internet and power multiple times just today. Oh, I've been live for 6 hours. Okay, okay. I'm late. It seems, yeah, but it's okay. I'm just about to end stream too. Welcome back though. Welcome back. 6 to 7. 6 7. Go on, go on. Let me try to see if I can raise someone. If not, then yeah, we'll just raid some pandas. Yeah, I believe the pandas deserve some love. Yeah. Oh, habo boy, had the habo. Ah, boy. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Events. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Alright. Let's just rate the the pandas. Alright. Twitch give me streak. Aw. If you can't get the streak, you can try watching the VOD. Yeah. Should be okay. Also, love, I will have to reject and refund you for the stretch good. But thank you. I did stretch though earlier, so you don't need to. So yeah, thank you again to for joining today. Tomorrow is gonna be another stream. Um, I do plan to game a different game. And also do a little bit more Battlefield because I've been like slacking off in Battlefield. I'll be doing Battlefield and then probably continue a single player game. Or Minecraft. So yeah, thank you everyone. You don't have to use the raid out message. No raid out message because you don't have to chat on the zoo. We just forward the love to the pandas. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay hydrated, stay safe, stay comfy. Don't forget to get some good rest. I'll see you all everyone tomorrow. Bye.